Okay, I guess we'll try that next run. Actually, I have to reset this twice. I forgot. Alright. Well, too bad that won't fix Sephiroth spawning, but okay, we'll try that. Alright, so this will be Final Fantasy VII Remake New Game Plus. No major glitches. Hard. We've got all the time in the world. 4.5 hours to talk about stuff, so let's talk about it as we go. Chapter 3 will be when I talk about the
nice and easy.
Categories, donation incentives, and all that stuff. Right now, we're just going to focus on gameplay. I think my Sephi setup needs to go under a bridge and get shot, honestly. I'm using a really old setup. I probably should steal whatever Strife is doing. I just haven't gotten that far yet. Dude, I'm getting punished for greedy movement.
Enjoy to work with.
My Sephi setup, like, apparently it was just a one-off.
Bundle up.
Alright, so right here you'll notice that we'll throw Blizzard Magnify. I could do this fight with Blizzard Magnify.
That it?
The dogs will go down to a single Blizzard Magnify, but it's more or less the same time. Because I want to get down that alleyway and a little bit past, right next to the chest. Because what it does, it spawns everybody on the upper floor here and allows us to get in the elevator early. Apparently there's more manipulation in Chapter 1 than I knew about, but there you go. Well, I guess I theoretically should be able to get out of Chapter 1.
This way.
So this next fight here, we gotta pay attention to the dog's positioning. The dog will never go down to a Blizzard Magnify, but if he chills out right there, he will go down to the Blizzard Magnify that hits the other troopers.
Nothing to it.
But he does need to maintain a pretty close proximity to the other troopers. Blizzard is pretty strong. It's really good at staggering enemies, and, you know, it does a decent amount of damage. The problem is its line of sight, and it spawns a spell. In some situations, that ice cube then explode is beneficial. In other situations, it's a negative. Ice has a lot of give and take with its extremely high stagger values. I almost thought I was going to talk to friggin' Barrett there for a second. Could have been the first in a long time. Nice crits, by the way. Yeah, I'd prefer you save those for Sentinel Scorpion, but whatever. Okay, so we're going to save load here to warp Jesse to the platform. This could set up my laser cycle, but I'll also... Apparently just opening the menu resets the laser cycle. I have no idea why, but whatever. We're going to move Barrett a little forward and to the left here. That should be good. But we need to target turret B or C at this point. I also need to chill out up here to make sure the mono drives all die. Great. We're going to end up having a menu for the thing, aren't we? No? Dude, seriously? That was my fault for getting greedy.
You're doing good, soldier. And it's more of the same. Come on then.
Go. Good lasers, yeah.
Look.
It can be a little bit variant. What the hell? What was I doing? Alright, so we're gonna try and roll as much as possible. I probably should have just held back on the rolling. So, lasers down equal bad, yeah. I've had the lasers... I guess if the lasers start down and spawn, you're still screwed, right? That's what you mean. Yeah, that makes sense. It takes really tight movement, but now that I know all I have to do is reset it with a menu, it's... Yeah, I wish I had known that like 6 months ago. Maybe I should freaking ask questions. This is what I get for trying to route by myself. I can't wait till I do a marathon, and then like the new game runners next to me are like, why don't you do this? I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, you got a 4:30 without fucking knowing that? What are you doing? I'm gonna get shot. I should have kept rolling. Please?
No. The pump would suck us back.
Well, 410's okay. I really can't complain about that.
Let's do this.
Good enough. Could be a lot lower, but playing like a clown right now. So we want to triple slash right off the bat here. Get a Synergy, switch into Punisher, and then Thundera. That's actually good damage. We don't want high damage with bad ATB. It makes it extremely hard to build Cloud's ATB high enough. Okay. So we're going to start with a Catastrophe here to break the shield immediately, and then roll in Thundaga. We need to delay that Thundaga just a little bit to make sure it hits after Catastrophe breaks the shield. You can very greedily fire that Thundaga off too soon and have it completely be immune. So in a marathon, it's a little bit better to play it a little bit slow. If you get a really good time on the ladder, you might get greedy about it. But right here, I could probably switch to Barret early, but it'll cause a roll before he casts Thundaga. So instead of doing it like I did phase 1 to 2, where I switched in the cutscene jump, I'm just going to do it here during this phase. So you see how fast the camera pans. Most of the time, switching in combat can take quite a bit of time, and you really don't want to do it over excessively, because it does slow down the flow of the game. But it is something you shouldn't avoid just because it loses you time. You just should avoid swapping between characters 14 times to do 3 different things. If you have to, you have to. Sometimes swapping is much quicker than switching or waiting or, you know, doing other things. It sometimes is much easier to just directly control. So right here, we're going to turn around and dump a triple slash right off the bat.
Let's go. You okay?
This route should lead us straight to Barret. Probably. I think I see an exit. Come on. Don't look back. Let's go, let's go, let's go!
I hate being asked questions when people aren't listening for the answers.
You're not helping.
Sorry.
Oh, you said 5 words. I heard one of them, so that must be the answer.
Have it your way.
Anyway. So right here, we're going to do a neat little trick with Synergy. Synergy normally targets the first thing you attacked with an offensive move. And that's annoying. Okay, thanks for the crit, sure. That also takes into account slow, stop, berserk, sleep, stuff like that. Anything that consumes ATB and targets an enemy will trigger Synergy. No, not you. Somebody came into my room and asked me a question. I turned off the mic and answered the question, and they heard one out of the 5 words of whatever. When I said, okay, sure, I'll eat around 12 or whatever. Sorry, just got annoyed. Okay. So right here, since I was getting attacked anyway, I went for the Punisher counter. That's not something you'll get consistently. Actually, I think I just lost time. I'm waiting for the mono drives to despawn on the lower floors there. So, it can be a little bit obnoxious. Whatever.
Doors open.
Pretty much, yeah.
We don't have a lot of time.
More or less. Alright, so we're gonna switch up our equipment, and that'll hold us over till halfway through chapter 5. Goddard Umarung with Tifa, first strike, fire, delete, shit, no! Healing. I actually shouldn't have bothered going back for that healing materia. The healing is, like, for literally 1 potion cure lag in chapter 5. So at that point, it's better to just give it up if I forget to equip it. So what I did is I took Goddard off Barret, gave it to Tifa. A lot of times Tifa's somersault is going to be enough to deal out enough damage, and it comes out fairly quick. Like, basically, you'd have to have a salvo of, like, 2 tier 1 spells in any given circumstance to have it be faster than her limit. So basically, it's like a 3 to 4 second insta-kill on a lot of things outside of bosses. So Goddard Umarung on Tifa's pretty nice. He does also have Star Shower, which will
Felt that
bust,
one in my guts.
boost the
just
next
keep
move
on
by
coming.
70%.
We need to get out of this
But for
place.
mobs, Somersault is an OTK for almost everything that's not a unique enemy.
The blasting agent?
Hey, we can figure that
We got
out
Ice
later.
Magnify, which still staggers pretty much everything.
I'm running the
We
damn
put
team.
on Blizzard Magnify, which we had at base, Fira, and Blizzard Magnify. Fira is mainly for Roche, so it'll only come up in fringe circumstances
about
where
as
I
good a
fail
place
to
as
play the
any.
game properly.
Stand back then.
And,
I'll set the
Rush.
bombs.
It also has MP Absorb attached to it, so we'll basically go neutral on any Fira spells we cast at humanoid enemies. It is single target only, though, so we won't get any more MP than we put into the spell. And MP absorption is limited to the amount of MP or HP the enemy has, and MP absorbs at a 0.1 rate.
Regroup in the
So,
third car. Got it.
Later
A
then.
fire MP absorb normally fire and fire can go neutral, but tier 3 spells cost 21 to 22 MP if it's thunder, so you end up losing MP every time. So that's why we often use a lot of tier 1, tier 2 spells, not only because it's faster, but because it's easier on our MP and it's usually enough. Because we measure out our damage. So you gotta keep in mind, Cloud has 2 magic ups and Fury Ring, which gives a permanent Berserk as long as it's equivalent to 30% damage bonus. So he has a bunch of damage boosts stacked to the point where tier 1 and tier 2 spells hit hard enough. So we're also going to switch our... what am I doing? Oh gosh, darn it. That's so annoying. That was like the worst graphics menu I've seen in a while.
It couldn't be.
Oh,
But then-
the whole reason we do that is because Sephiroth can fail to spawn in this cutscene, and it seems like either his spawn activation is less likely to happen at a lower frame rate, or the game just lags out and prioritizes other stuff. It's really unclear which happens. But it has something to do with the PS5 and PC version, because this never happens in the PS4 version, even though it runs at awful frame rate. Okay, that's what the menu should have looked like if I hadn't have had a stroke and got hit in the head by a golf ball at the same time. That's what that menu would normally look like if I wasn't actually playing like a clown. So the thing is, Sephiroth normally walks into this alleyway. You'll notice Cloud is just still moving. Normally, he'll cover his eyes, stand still. Oh no, it's Sephiroth. I'm scared. And then walk very slowly down the alleyway, but right now... I'm not even sure, but, like, I don't mess with the camera. Because I've seen that, like, messing with the... If you, like, point the camera down and then up to, like, generate more smoke, it seems to help him spawn properly, so I just leave the camera as is. I don't know what it is. All I know is it's a bunch of superstition mixed in with all we know is he can fail to spawn, period. And it seems to be more common when you're in graphics mode, that's it. Supposedly, people were saying at one point that save loading and then changing to graphics helps, or changing graphics then save loading. But I defy you to try and menu in graphics. Running this game at 60 frames and then trying to do any menuing or combat at 30 frames a second is a literal nightmare. Because it feels like the game is eating massive inputs, because I'm pretty sure the game only reads on its, you know, every frame. So, like, doing inputs is a nightmare. So it may look like my ATB is trash, but, yes, my ass is definitely got a magnet in it for bullets, though. Dude. Fine. Said for sure, though. Oh my god. Dude.
Calling ice.
What? He's just...
You're done. Going in.
Okay, that saved a little bit of time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though, is, like, there was a lot of superstition about, like, what causes him to despawn. So, like, the save loading actually does actually nothing. It was just something that was being tested. So, like, all we know is that deloading him saves time. That's basically it. Are you serious? Come on.
Target still mobile. Support. Proceed to rally point at the station.
Oh, I think pointing the camera down limits the lag, which makes the frame rate better, so it increases the chances of spawning, and that's my opinion on it. But like I said, it's a bunch of superstition. There's really little to support one way or the other. That's my logic on it. Whether or not it's right is a different story. Speaking of drop frames...
It's all or nothing now.
Don't underestimate him.
Having a Blizzard again at the very start of the fountain is such a slap in the face. Oh wait, all of those are moving? Yeah, like I said, I don't really have any empirical data to support that, but it's just my logic on it. Because, like, if lagging it was the problem, is what made him despawn, then lagging the game out by spawning more smoke clouds would theoretically make him more or less likely to spawn than instead of more. Oh, that's actually super nice.
Bundle up. Nope. You're done.
Kill. IGN, 10 out of 10, too much water. Is that what we're going with now? Alright, dude, could you... Where the fuck is my frame rate gone? I've got a run going, and the game has decided my frame rate is very abuse. Verboten. Yeah, I wish. Yeah, because of the language barrier, it probably would never happen. It seems to happen all the time with the, like, indie devs and stuff, so... So right here, we actually need to be very careful about our movement. These guys, we have to go around to get past quickly. We need to stick to Biggs' butt here to make sure Kyrie doesn't move us out of the way. Oh, no, 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 no. You may not understand why I'm, like, literally hyperventilating and acting like a moron there. Dude, what the fuck?
Calm down. It's just a sword.
How about it, baby girl?
Not long now, honey. That is almost over.
I'm trying to figure out where all the frame drops are coming from.
It's like a giant candle.
That hot shower
Oh
can't
my
come soon enough.
god.
I can barely
Okay,
tell my
so
skin
here's what I'm
from
gonna
the
do.
ash and sweat.
If you guys
When
can
I get back,
chill out
it's
with me for a
refueling
second, I'm
time.
gonna fucking
You
just
Jesse?
cycle my router
No.
and let the stream go down, but I'm gonna keep the local
You're
recording.
such a kidder.
So, give me 1 second.
I don't know. It sounds like an accident to me.
Are they gonna turn the reactor? Daddy, the Mako place blew up.
Sorry, my freaking stream is dropping every other frame right now, so
Daddy?
the local recording should not have the issue, but the stream is going to have it, so trying to cycle it to fix the stuff. I'm gonna bring down the stream and I'll bring it back up as soon as the dang thing reconnects and stops dropping frames.
Sure does.
Follow me then.
How was it up on the plate?
It was
When the Mako reactor
chaotic.
exploded,
Sorry
clouds
for dragging you
around
into all
It was
this.
crazy.
It was wrong of
I
me
heard about
No.
it on the news.
Okay, I guess I don't need that
I
tissue.
promise I won't do it again.
Dangerous part of the job. Don't worry about me.
So the internet's down,
I'll
but
try not to.
Always happy
we'll
to
talk
help
about
stick
some
it
of
to
the
Shinra.
Not good at all.
marathon-related stuff. So for a marathon, this route is
So,
pretty
you make
consistent.
nice with
I'd say like my worst
Things considered.
case scenario is like a 46 or a 47.
You
Right
have
now my
word.
PB is a 37, and
exactly
even
a
bad
people
runs hit about a
person.
45.
I'll give you that.
Those are like awful runs where I mess up a lot of boss fights. Usually at worst it's like 1 or 2 boss fights.
I saw
The only
Sector
time I
8
hit
on
like a
the news.
45 or 48 or
was like a
whatever,
war zone.
you know, go like closer to
news is
50
just
minutes
another
rather than
Shinra
40,
mouthpiece.
45. Is
Spread
if I
whatever
mess up
lies
the
Shinra
end of a
tells me.
boss fight. If Genova
So,
gives me like a really
it
weird
wasn't
pattern,
that bad?
and
It
my
was.
characters get interrupted more times than they normally
right.
do, and I play like really aggressively,
And here we are.
But in terms
Good
of a
old
marathon,
Stargazer
I'd say like a
Heights.
45 is
second
like the
floor.
hard limit outside of some sort of major issue where my internet goes down.
Room
The game
201 here is
crashes
where I
somehow.
Don't have time for much else.
Or
What
I
with
get
seventh
owned
heaven
on a
and
couple
all.
of bosses really
Not even
bad and
time
I
to
tilt or
decorate.
something. Most likely not going to happen. But yeah,
Here's
the
your room.
route's
Don't
pretty
worry.
consistent.
You did?
Yes?
The RNG of the
Oh.
enemies can
No.
be mitigated
And this?
due
That
to
one's,
the inventory we have. So unless I'm making poor choices on enemy encounters, they should be fairly consistent, not losing a bunch of time. There are some fights that are still a little bit flexible and time save, time lost, but for the most part, they're consistent.
Hey.
But because we have everything in the game, we're really more flexible. The early game is where little bits of time loss is, so even in the start, it's like 10, 15 seconds, maybe in each of the early chapters, 20 at the worst. For Marathon, though, we have languages as an option. I actually only have like literally one audio cue that matters on language, and it really doesn't save much
Loud
time.
and clear.
Good.
I can just wait until the dialogue finishes, because I can react like 2 words earlier. There's elevator versus stairs, which is a very popular donation incentive. That will cost a lot of time and probably put it up into the 45 range, because I believe the stairwell takes about 7 minutes to get up, versus the elevator is like 1 or 2. I think it's like more like 8 or 9 versus 1 or 2 for the elevators.
Go ahead and keep whatever
We also
can.
can
Seeing as you didn't bring any luggage,
different
I'm guessing there's
cutscenes
stuff
in.
your
There's
way.
a date,
don't
quote
worry.
unquote, that everybody called it, cutscene in chapter 14. The speedrun naturally gets the Barrett cutscene that almost nobody sees because it requires you to skip all the cutscenes, or all the side missions and stuff. Hello, welcome back, welcome back. Thank you for letting me know I'm back up.
Hey there.
Hopefully we won't be having any more frame drops.
Dream.
But yeah, the Barrett
Suppose I could
quote-unquote
take it
date, I think, is a really good donation incentive, because a lot of people haven't seen it. Most people that play like these kind of games are going to go for the side quests, especially if they've only done a single loop on New Game
to
Normal.
get free shit.
There's very low odds that they won't have
Our
either
next
seen the
Just
Aerith
better.
or the
Then you know what to
Tifa
expect.
date.
Remember,
But the Barrett one, a lot of people haven't seen, and I think it's a very well-written
apparently it was done by a terrorist.
romance moment, you know, friendship moment between the two of them. Kind of weird though,
Hey,
because
Marl.
the rest of the game doesn't consider that
Working?
Be nice.
interaction.
I'm pretty
So like
good
they're
at
kind of
that.
a little bit more at odds
I've got
after that,
skill.
even though
Be
they shouldn't
nice.
be.
I'm doing my
Could also do some
I tried
cutscenes where we
that
pick
cute
Aerith
thing
or
song.
Tifa in
do anything I
the
wouldn't.
sewers, chapter 10. Feel like I'm missing something here,
Marl's
but
great.
not
She
really.
helps get me
There
set
is
up
the
every day.
Vice Super Boss that could be
Been here
shown
a while
off.
5 years.
I would be able to learn it given enough
But
opportunity if
never
it's
mind
accepted
that.
as a
We've got to get you your
thing.
money. Last stop is the weapons store.
This is where the audio cue is, so it really wouldn't matter much. I just react to weapon, but if I'm on a foreign language, I'll
We're
just wait
so
for the dialogue to
All
complete.
All right.
It saves a little bit of time here warping her over to the counter.
Thank you very much. Seeing as
But yeah, there's some cool stuff you could throw in, like
Really
Top
not.
Secrets
In
or
that- if
Vice.
you're
Vice
serious,
probably
it's
would be
not
the
what-
cooler one.
Yep.
I'd probably
How
come
do
up
I
with my
start?
own route, because
Yeah.
Vice can be done in
Didn't see
like
anybody
30
at the
seconds now or
office.
something like that.
Better way to
Pretty
keep you and
crazy
your
how
family safe.
hard you can clip through him.
Come and check out our
But I'd probably come up with a custom route just to kind of show off the fight a little bit more. That's
do something about the
probably a little bit more risky, but a little more interesting. For the most part, though, the run's pretty consistent. Yeah, I am looking forward to the new materia Flare. The one I really loved the most was
Anyway, we
Comet.
should prepare just
So
in case.
Comet is very interesting to me, and Meteor Rain is a very interesting limit, I hope to see.
Here's
I don't know how they'll work it out,
can
though,
see
because
why
air
monsters
combat's
can
really
ride it out.
bad, so putting Cloud in air may be a
the more
really
we
horrific
pile up,
idea.
The more they show up.
So right here, we're going to be using Tifa's movement to save as much time as possible. You'll notice that she moves at the speed of light. That is not really intended, but it is kind of. This is a parry materia. See how she slides forward right there? But if I hit uppercut while I'm parrying, I can cancel the parry early and move at the speed of light. Fire here. So normally you would want to take out both of these guys, but we're just going to let Cloud take care of the one and Thunder the other. The reason I do it this way is I don't have to worry about ice hitting the floor, and I can make sure I do all the movement with Tifa that I want before I kill the enemy. I do lose a little bit of time having to cast a spell with Tifa to kill, But having first strike on her means that if any of those fights go wrong, I can at least kill one of the enemies, assuming one dies. There is a thing where ice can hit the floor and the damage box will get shut off. Or sometimes enemies will literally just walk out of ice spells. This game is kind of jank in some instances. It's very much, I would say, like a Kingdom Hearts 1, and I'm hoping next game will be Kingdom Hearts 2, where they fully refine everything. You could make the argument that, like, FF15 is more the prototype for this game, so it's more Kingdom Hearts 1, and this is Kingdom Hearts 2. I'd say that would be a decent argument as well, because this game is very well-refined in comparison. Yeah, ice does a lot of weird stuff. Enemies are supposed to get pressured, so they hold still and wait for the ice to explode. But if it hits the floor, the damage hitbox turns off. Sometimes enemies will just walk out of it. Yeah, a lot of 15 runners have told me that as well. I played a little bit of 15 when it first launched, so I really haven't played enough to make that argument. But plenty of people that play, you know, speedrun 15 have told me that's how it is, and I could see it that way. I'm excited and hopeful that this won't be a Kingdom Hearts 2 to 3 situation, where we really have too many options, so the gameplay is meh. Yeah, I've been told that too. I actually have it on my PlayStation. I bring up my dashboard. Actually, can I? I can't bring up the dashboard right now, no. I do have 15 downloaded, though. I have Royal Edition installed. I just haven't played it yet. But yeah. This game, I'd say, is a very good adaptation to an action gameplay style from the old version. I understand some people that played the OG very much did not like the this version in comparison, and I can understand that. Some people were very turned off by the story. I'm actually very excited with the story with this game to see where it goes. I'm more of like the AU type person where like this is a different timeline, right? So the original game happened and this game also happened, and I'm not like, I don't care if Square even says that this overwrites the original story. I still like the original story. You're not going to convince me to be like, yeah, the OG never happened. No, not happening. You take it for what it's for, right? So right here, you can be a little bit risky here with a Blizzara. But you see how that right trooper that was nowhere near the ice died? Yeah, that's what Tier 2 spells do. Tier 2 spells, Fire and Blizzara specifically, have a really wide explosion radius. Wind has a decent explosion radius, and Lightning is, like, you literally have to stack corpses on top of one another to get multi-hits, so...
How?
Unless enemies are literally touching one another, Lightning isn't gonna multi-hit. But Blizzara Magnify is extremely potent because of that wider explosion radius, plus its high stagger values. So we can very easily just dope our ATB over and over again to get to a point where this will keep us going. Sometimes it's high risk, high reward. That was more of a high risk, low reward. There's really no reason to not target the dog first, but the dog is usually so aggressive that even if he runs out of combat, that is not the way you do that. You're supposed to click no.
Well, you want to head?
Could be worse. Yeah. Oh, look, it said yes. That's the one I want to click. I understand how buttons work. So, normally, you will, how do I want to say this? You do have to play with the, jukebox and the darts, but in New Game Plus, we don't have to, just the darts. I would skip it if I remembered that I have to press the D-pad up instead of the thumbstick. That'll happen. A lot of little time losses due to just brain deactivations. Let's call them that. It's very weird how in some cases you need to use thumbsticks, in other cases you need to use pad. 2850 movement, very weak, but whatever. It's very easy to lose time early on. Like a sub 430 is probably unreasonable, but for me, I'd say 435 to 440 would definitely be a marathon.
Got something to say? You looking at
Probably a good guess, outside of like a major mess up somewhere. Yeah, this game, you lose little chunks of time everywhere. Expecting a 430 or sub that is literally, that's going to be something you have to farm and practice for. Perfect menus everywhere, enemies not doing dumb things, not getting too aggressive, not being too passive. It's a really weird circumstance to get there. And sometimes you can lose massive chunks of time just simply because an enemy spawns in the wrong spot. Or the game decides that your flee timer needs to be 3 seconds instead of 6. Yeah, the flee timer is random, so that's a huge time factor. Oh, that's not funny. Really? So it really didn't matter much. I was about to split.
So if they weren't Shinra, then not my problem.
I'm so used to, I've been splitting to kind of get my sum of best
Get some
down.
rest.
Normally, splits just end up driving me up a wall. The only thing that would be nice is to know, like, my SOB pace, but whatever.
Apparently it was done by
It's a lot simpler for me if I just don't do that and use a raw timer. Because I only have time thresholds every,
back before morning.
like, half hour to hour. So I can be a lot more in check on my, realistic on my desires or what I am expecting. The other thing, too, is most of my numbers that I still have in my head aren't exactly... thank you, Biggs. Wedge. I don't know what I would do without you wedging your way in there. Oh. Okay. Biggs. No. No, Biggs. No! Why? I thought we were friends, Biggs. Yeah, so you can get ahead of them sometimes, Biggs and Wedge. Usually just Wedge early on, and then Biggs will separate. It really doesn't lose you much time, but it also looks like it's really annoying when they push you because you can so often get in front of them.
You've got an arm on you.
Yeah, the early game, very brutal. But unfortunately, or fortunately really, there's not huge chunks of time loss. Oh, Steamed. I don't know if any other category can hit this deep, but I got an 815 in Chapter 1 the other day. Followed up by an 817 after that reset because Sephiroth loaded in Chapter 2, so I'm extremely happy with that. I finally got a perfect Chapter 1.
Figures.
I was like, woo. But the consistency of getting 815s is not likely. You're more likely going to see an 825 than you see an 815. Alright, so we gotta wait here for a second till everybody gets in position.
Let's hit
Then
it.
Jesse start the dialogue. As counterintuitive as it looks, you need to face the wall here. If you stand back towards the wall, Cloud will turn around, face the wall, and then turn back towards the wall. It's really kind of weird. We got a lot of cutscenes to skip here, so that's mainly what we're doing. So hopefully, I grinded out Chapter 17, which has been the weak point of my runs recently, and Genova and some of the later bosses. Chapter 17 is quite a experience. The final dungeon is no joke and can easily lose massive chunks of time if you don't grind it out properly and respect it. You'd think it would only be the sledge worms that pop up and down and play whack-a-mole, but everything in that chapter sucks.
Thanks.
The dogs are one of the more awful rooms. They can actually all spawn at once, which can be a boon or a deficit. If all the dogs spawn at once, you can one-shot all of them, which is nice. Or they can all kill Aerith, and then the room takes forever because Tifa doesn't really have good multi-targeting attacks at that point. Basically how that goes. And even if you can kill with Tifa, you have to invest in a star shower or something usually.
Mission accomplished.
Tifa has a lot of really good tech, but we'll talk about her stuff after as we get there. Right now we gotta focus on Cloud. So now I guess I should get into the staggering mechanics. So staggering an enemy, each enemy has a different amount of pressure, stagger, beat, heat, whatever the heck it's called, bar. And when it's filled up, the enemy will stagger. When they're in pressured, they'll take gained stagger from attacks. So like Focus Thrust and Focus Strike really don't do that much in terms of adding stagger unless an enemy is pressured. But they... Where are you going? What? I've never seen him do that. Okay. That's also very early dialogue, too. Okay, whatever. So ice, we're going to be using a ton to stack. Where are you two going? Lord help me. This movement is so awkward. I don't know what the heck's going on here. We're going to be using Blizzard Magnify and Blizzara Magnify in this fight. Blizzard just to kill groups of enemies, and Blizzara to stagger while killing. So we're going to be, like, flip-flopping between Blizzara and alternate attacks to
Well,
kill everything while we're waiting for Blizzara to explode and activate ATB stagger over and over again. An unmagnified spell can only activate the stagger abilities once per, even if it staggers multiple enemies before it kills them. It can only, it will only trigger for the one target, but when you add Magnify in, it can activate up to 3 times the initial target plus the 2 duplications from Magnify.
I can handle this.
So, since we get 900 ATB back per stagger, and our ATB bar is 2,000 points, we basically overgain limit ATB every time. To the point where we can basically output like a triple slash or whatever and still refill on ATB.
Hungry when I'm nervous.
I'm going to be using Refocus because it's a little bit safer in, here. Skillmaster could be used instead if you looped your commands properly. But you're also in a really bad spot if your ATB management gets screwy because the enemies decide to give you a bad pattern. So right off the bat here, I'm going to use Blizzard. That normally wouldn't stagger, but the attack here will cause it to stagger. Okay, I wanted to do all that so I could get the full amount of ATB here. Okay, we want to kill this guy. Blizzard, sure! Blizzard. That was kind of backwards, but whatever. Alright, Blizzard these guys. Yeah, you gotta be cautious about those missiles. I'm gonna grab this. I'm actually gonna Blizzard these guys here instead.
Let's do this. Let's finish.
Okay, normally that would one-shot, but I was looking for the ATB here, so I don't have to worry about ATB management. So we want to refocus as soon as Big starts talking here, because his dialogue will progress while we're refocusing, so we lose less time to refocus. Blizzard, Fyra, and that should take care of everything. Blizzard will always stagger the dogs. Oh, thank you. I don't know what I would do without you, game. Oh, Blizzard, please back up. Thank you. Gotta cast the right time.
Let's finish this.
Unfortunate.
No, it's
We're gonna have to take this a little bit. There we go. I needed to hold forward just a little bit to build some extra ATB there before I fire it. And that will be that. So this phase, we're gonna need 4 Fyras. 3 if we get triple crits, but that ain't gonna happen.
I told you we were gonna push it past the
And even if we got triple crits, I'd still ATB boost here. So, Fyra.
need a light.
ATB. Ooh, what the? That's so awful. I hate you, game. That happens sometimes. I don't know what causes it. That was so ridiculous. As much as it looks like I messed that up, the Punisher counter should always hit. But I've seen that there's some circumstances where sometimes he'll just clip through and the Punisher counter won't hit him on the way back. I don't know if it's, like, accidentally walking forward or what the hell happened there. That was nice. I'm glad I had a perfect arena. This game kind of hates the runner. Good thing I turned off the splits, because I probably would quit right now.
So, how do
This
we get
is
back to the
actually infuriating. That or Annex was really good,
I've been dying
except for
to
that.
try out.
Luckily, I have enough MP. There's no problem here. I'm gonna go for a save load in Chapter 5, but even if I hit it, I'll still be behind. That's the rough part. So from here on out, there's nothing too interesting, just a bunch of walking around.
Indoors until further
We're going to,
For your safety, go home.
how do I want
I
to put
heard
this?
someone say
We have some whisper fights coming up, the ghosts. The ghosts are really obnoxious and not very well explained, is the easy way to put it. They're intended to be weak to magic, and what you're supposed to do is hit them with a spell to pressure them, and then pretty much any other magic spell from that point will stagger, and that's how you're intended to kill them normally. Our stats are high enough to the point where we can one-shot them with a couple of different options. Somersault, obviously, any limit is enough
Now that I've
to
lasting
burn
agents,
through their
we should have
HP.
everything we
Okay,
need
thanks,
for our
Biggs. I'm
next
glad you
mission.
could. Yeah, really weird pattern there.
Yeah, me too. For your dad's sake. Hey.
Okay, fine. Normally when you get in front of an NPC, they can push you further, but I'm playing like a clown right now, as usual, as you do.
Cloud said that?
So the Whispers are intended to be killed by magic, but we're not going to bother with that for the first fight. The first fight is 4 Whispers, and then it spawns an additional wave of 3 total, I believe. After you kill 2 of them, killing 1 will spawn an additional 1. And then killing all 4 of them one by a time will trigger a 3rd one to spawn in, if I remember correctly. But that can all be avoided if you kill 4 of them all at once or 3 of them all at once, as long as 3 is all that's left. Somersault can kill all 4, but setting it up is very frustrating and high risk, low reward. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to Somersault and kill the left 3 Whispers that spawn in front of us with Tifa. And then we're going to use Cloud to kill the rightmost Whisper to increase the chances of Somersault killing all of them drastically to, I'd say, about 95%.
Wouldn't have guessed.
If they go for Impale, it's guaranteed. But if they don't go for Impaled, it depends on how far they float away. Somersault has a pretty wide hitbox, but it's not guaranteed.
This is where Jesse lived.
So what we want to do is Somersault,
about
Whisper,
Nah,
B,
it's all a
and
game.
that should
You
hit
lost me.
A, B, and C, and we're going to fire a Whisper D. There's a slight chance that Cloud won't kill Whisper D, but it's not very common. I think it's like a 99% kill rate. There is a 1% chance, but as long as you jump on it quickly enough, it's not a problem. So what that does is killing 4 out of 4, 3 out of 4 will cause the second wave to not spawn and just end the battle early. And then the next fight with the Enigmatic Whisper that holds down Tifa for the start of combat, what we're aiming for is to pressure, stagger, and then kill the Whispers in front of Cloud. We want to kill 1 of them early and leave 2 in front of him. What that will do is we'll be able to Blizzard magnify the remaining 2 and get the staggers, which will cause the Enigmatic to be pressured, and one of the spells will duplicate to the Enigmatic, staggering him, and then we can just follow up with a True Strike and a Fire to finish him off a lot quicker. I could also just, like, spam Blizzard or whatever, kill the 3 in front of Cloud, and then just spam limits at the Enigmatic. That also works, too, but it's a little bit slower because of the cinematic slowdown. Into B, fire a D. Okay, D's gonna fail. Yeah, we're good. No erratic movement there, so it's fine. So we're gonna switch to Tifa here and try and get her to...
Physical contact first.
You really want a full slide through that invisible wall, but there's no guarantee you'll get it. You just gotta kind of mash and pray.
Are they trying to stop us from reaching the others?
I'm sure you could set up some sort of timing mechanism, but not.
It's like trying to fight
So right here, no matter what we do, we just gotta kind of walk slow. As far as I know, there's no way to prevent this. We're gonna Blizzara the enemies, like I said. We got more than enough MP for it. Well, I didn't get to double check. Blizzara? We want an Impale here, but I guess we're not gonna get it. Blizzara. I want to make sure to move back so the Blizzara hits that guy. True Strike. I wanted to hold back the fire to make sure it hit. 43 is still fine. As long as it's sub 44, the run's aight. I'd prefer a much lower 43, like closer to 43.30, but take what you can get.
That obvious. Okay.
The marathon setting, I'd say being below 44 is still pretty decent. Because there's a lot of RNG that can go wrong here. Oh, the reason my HP filled up is beds, benches, any sort of recovering place that would normally refill your HP and MP only refills your HP. That's one of the tricks to hard. I guess I kind of glazed over this, but anybody that's like even tried to start up hard, or once they beat the game actually explains it. Your items are locked when you're in hard mode. Elixirs, Phoenix Downs, healing, all that stuff locked away. MP is your only way to recover HP outside of beds, and those take about 16 seconds. Their benches and beds are fairly long animations. So right here, we're going to try and save load to skip the laser check phase. That should work, from what I'm seeing. Hopefully I don't get slapped for it. I might be too far left. Oh, dude, cancer! Oh! My visual cue indicated that it should have worked. That was stupid.
Here comes the
I must have been
hurdle.
pushing too hard into the bench and not enough forward.
I know, but that doesn't mean I don't
So you can
want
skip
to
this
waste
entire
time.
phase right here if you save load at the right frame. This entire thing right here can be skipped
Hey,
if you actually
that?
save load at the
Barrett's
right time.
You'll be fine.
maybe.
It's really not that easy to do, to be perfectly honest. It's extremely freaking obnoxious. Yeah, that's why I'm annoyed. I think I was pointing too far left, so I didn't get enough momentum into the cutscene. So I think it was this movement right here that screwed me over. I do have a bunch of visual cues and stuff to make sure that's consistent, but the visual cue was right, but I think my movement was wrong. So I screwed myself over, but it's really obnoxious. So right here, we're going to actually wait. You guys want to shoot me?
You have to get to the next car.
Thank you. We're just going with Blizzard Magnify to make sure these die ASAP. We want to get out of this fight as soon as possible, but we also want to take damage too. I'll show you why in a little bit, as long as I don't mess it up. If I mess it up, I'm probably going to reset out of rage. Or quit, rather. Okay. So, Tifa's parrying being canceled with uppercut is going to be another major factor in this chapter.
Or when we jump from the train, I mean.
No biggie. You're
What
pretty
the
light.
hell? That took forever. What was that all? Okay. Normally that camera pan and cutscene is a lot sooner. I'm very spooked. The game is possessed. I don't like it. Okay. So we're going to be using a lot of Tifa's parry uppercuts here to save time. We needed Cloud to take damage so that we could do this. Okay, good. I didn't screw it up this time. Last couple of runs I've quit. You need to get that cure out relatively soon, but if you hold on to it long enough, you can get the most effect out of it. You need to be... Probably should be casting it sooner rather than later, to be honest. Normally, the game will show you these stairs much sooner. That pause buffer lets you get way further ahead than intended. If there's also a nice side effect normally, too. Barrett could possibly stay at the other end of the tracks, which can save us a ton of time. That's not too bad. I'll take that. See how much, rather than having to go all the way over there with Tifa normally, you can just switch to Barrett and get much closer. Barrett can sometimes stay right next to the fleeing zone, but that saved me like 5 or 6 parries, so it was pretty nice. Alright, so the next couple of chapters is a lot of optimizations with Tifa movement and killing with Cloud and Barrett. Hey, Stripe. Sorry, I completely missed you guys coming in because of the internet being silly. So right here I'm grabbing this crate. I usually get it every run regardless. So right here, you usually want to adjust the... Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Dude, that was a 3-second flee timer. So awful.
Good thing our
That's a
colleagues put up all that
huge chunk of time lost just because the game decided to give me a short flee timer for once. Ugh. Oh. I'm gonna get a bunch of short flee timers, aren't I? Oh, of course. Very funny. Ha ha ha. You gotta keep an eye on the rats here, because they like to run out of the ice.
You're good at this.
Barrett's gonna follow up with this Energy Thunder, so it's almost impossible for the Grosh Strike to get out of the ice in that case. We're gonna do this roll. Should be fine. Oh my. That's awful. Very unfortunate. Ugh. The game is being very rude right now, and I do not appreciate it. That's floor ice. I hate it. HP boost. Let's route teep limit. I did hesitate a little bit with her limit, but that's because I sometimes have an issue where I accidentally refocus. Refocus will consume your limit, give you 500 units back. It doesn't matter if you use a level 1 or level 2 limit, you only get 500. Your base limit's 1,000, your level 2 is 1,350. So refocus basically consumes your limit and reduces your ATB cost and gives you 3 bars instead of 2. The problem is your limit's gone, so you're out of damage. What? No. I want God number! Fine. Do it backwards. Awful menu, as usual. Thundera. Thundera. So we're going to save load here to skip as much of this dialogue as possible in the slow walking. It's not really a huge time save, but if you're menuing anyway, you might as well do it. This room is also really screwy, so we're most likely going to have to put up with some really stupid stuff. Nobody's HP is low. Okay, Thunder. Alright, Barret be healing on Cloud. Open the door. So we're trying to buffer Barret behind so I can run the whole distance here. Okay. Whenever you'd like to start the cutscene, that would be great. Thank you, game. I actually wasn't going to be able to do that until the last second because Cloud got hit by something since I screwed up catastrophing right off the bat. Other than the save load completely clapping my cheeks, the visual cue was alright. Everything was good except for the movement there. You can do that thing with Barret and buffer him behind a lot more efficiently. For whatever reason, I always hesitate, and I have a really hard time doing that specific heal buffer. It does save a little bit of time, and it did go off properly, so I really can't complain. So we've switched into Lightning Magnify, Lightning MP Absorb. So as long as we're casting anything but like tier 3 Lightning Magnify, we should be able to go neutral or positive on our MP to the point where we recover our MP back. We're going to be firing off a lot of Thundigas here. Our MP is already low, so there's no point to be hesitating here. Thunder. So I just want to make sure to rip through these fights ASAP. So our damage is going to be a little bit wonky because Barret cast healing earlier. He's Steel Pincers does have slightly less MP than his EKG cannon. And the way that you offset that is keeping him at max MP so that his Thunder still hits for max damage. Or, gets that extra 20% damage bonus, but since we used Cure, it's kind of gone. So he's going to be at a 20% deficit. Unfortunately or unfortunately, his damage is kind of trash anyway, so we really don't lose too much to it. This... Hell. I don't know what the hell that was all about. Okay, Barret, thanks. Where are we? Sure! That is not what I wanted to do. Okay, we're gonna have to do this the funky way. Thundera. Yeah, I'm gonna get hit by those. Wow, I didn't. Cuts. Alright, I accidentally canceled out Thunder, Synergy, whatever. Unfortunate, but luckily Overrun will get you where you need to go. Not the most efficient way to do the fight, but it does get you through the fight. I'll talk more about why things are working out the way they are. We're going to want to get Cloud out of the way. Then we want to poke a little bit here. Under True Strike. That's incorrect! Fucking split. Ugh, well, no timer it is. I need to fucking turn off fucking thing altogether.
So, you bump into any giant robots like that in your...
Yeah, except the bastard looked like a scorpion. Speaking of which,
Well, no
what
splits
would you say
forever.
that last one looked like?
Huh? Well...
Lo and behold,
Looks dead now.
all aboard.
I'll have to look at it after the fact. I can tell how bad this run's gonna be anyway, so no timer, whatever. So you can kind of buffer Tifa behind here if you do the movement right, but I always mess it up. I really don't care too much about it. Really doesn't lose too much time because you can just about get on it right after Tifa anyway.
Air below us.
So you just basically
Shut up and
walk.
move.
Just don't look down,
It's
okay?
very slightly quicker.
You to say.
Ugh.
Section G's through here, huh? Hey, you see something over there?
Maybe the gate didn't budge because there's not enough power to spare.
Gotta figure this out.
Hey guys, instructions for
Kill the lights?
sun lamp, the closest thing.
Lunch time for
But
me,
if we
but
go through,
Now or later.
that's
plenty of time
true.
left
Let's
in this
go.
crap show.
All these lamps.
Ugh.
You'd think they'd be able to balance the load by now, though.
Maybe.
Do have a timer. I can check it after the run. We'll see how it is when I get to certain
But when you
points.
think how much Mako it must take
I think my record timer is kind of close. It's
Man,
56:30.
look at
Wait
the
a minute.
size
No,
of
never
it.
mind. I don't
That
think
a
it's close at
console
all.
I see near the top of that ladder.
My record timer is trash in comparison.
Pretty tall attitude.
I'll go.
Okay.
I guess I have no idea. We're just running blindly for the next 4 hours. That sounds like a blast. That'll be it's just like a marathon run. No idea where I am. Getting infuriated by the stupid little things I do. Not knowing that I hit a gold chapter. Sounds about right. Okay. So we're gonna switch over to Tifa and try not to get stupid key timers.
They busted?
You keep going though.
Lucky us, am I right? One less thing for us to worry about.
Now that's another 3-second flea timer. A lot of this chapter, 5 and 6,
It's like in the tunnel.
you can lose a lot of time in getting short flea timers. It's unfortunate, but that's how it is. The game just pans out that way.
Hey, let's take a moment to get our bearings.
We're still in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
Well,
Go for 10.
the only other route that I can think of would be...
Along the wall.
Up for giving it a...
so we're shooting for those giant fans way over there.
Those ventilation fans?
Keeping the plate's air clean by pushing the fog into the slum. Old systems designed to make shit roll downhill fast.
So yeah, like I said before, with a lot of the fleeing segments, I try and
Hey,
leave the camera in a
look,
static
I
position
think we can
to
climb onto that pipe.
eliminate
Sure
as
seems
much
that way.
extra nonsense as possible. I did turn my camera sensitivity down to 3. I think I'm going to turn it back up again, though. I think 4 or 5 is probably the right number for a speed run if you're running on a base controller. Because then you can parry with the circle button or hold with the circle button and flick and get a decent amount of movement out of it. So you can still maintain your dodge rolling while correcting your camera angle to where you want it to be.
Okay then.
A lot of these fights with Cloud's movement, I could be locking onto stuff
No worse than a windy day, huh?
and using his rush down from his slash move to get rid
Don't
of the
look at
enemies.
the fan. Whatever you do.
But
Right.
in some scenarios, I find it's way too difficult. Deal with those extra factors, as well as the somewhat random camera angles you'll end up getting out of it. You very often are going to end up with somewhat similar camera angles, but they're never going to be the same, so it makes the movement kind of difficult to get through. So getting in front of Tifa here is pretty nice, though. Well, it actually pushes you down the ladder
Made
if you do
through
it
in one
extremely
piece.
perfectly.
Think that took a couple years
Oh yeah,
off
this
my
is
life.
definitely not.
I mean,
Correct.
not really. Couple seconds, maybe. 3 tops.
Uh,
Slow and steady, guys.
And
I
that's our
know this runs
objective?
complete
The
ass
cargo
cheeks,
platform?
which I guess could be the
I'm
case
pretty sure
too,
that's the one.
but no, at this point. Should have just turned
By the
off
light of
watch,
these
so I'm
magnificent
thinking about it.
lamps, we shall
Click
lead
that
our
on
brothers
something
and sisters of the Undercity to a brighter future.
So, right
what?
here, this fight's
From a
actually
speech
one of the
President
worst
Shinra
fights in the
gave
entirety
talking
of this
up the
chapter.
importance of satellites.
This guy right here makes this fight an
Future
absolute
mind.
nightmare. Looks like he's gonna make it free though.
To darkness and death. Go.
Hit the button, hit the button, hit the button, thank you. So those 3 garage strikes are insanely hard to kill all at once. It's mind-bogglingly annoying. Also, this fight right here is really weird. The 2 turrets will both get hit by thunder if you target the left one. But if you target the right one, the game goes, I'm not duplicating. So Magnify was really bad in the PS4 version, honestly.
If we can't make
You
sense
had
of this
to
place,
put a
we're gonna
lot of
get lost.
extra effort into that stupid thing to get it to do its damn job. And the PS5 version did upgrade it. PS5 and PC version did push it through that extra, so now it duplicates a lot better, but it seems to be very specific with a left to right propagation. If the enemy is on your left-hand side and it propagates to your
We'll check
right.
it out now if we fall.
Okay, I actually want to do that movement with Cloud on purpose to get him in fleeing ASAP, just in case I link these 2 fights together. Okay, that works too. Alright, so the thing is,
Where was
you
that
can end
ship?
up linking these 2 fights together if you get a really long flee timer.
Almost done.
And
It's a
if
shame
you
we had
just
to wander
flee from
around so
both,
much.
Cloud will warp to that
Well,
upper,
no stamps here to guide us. No
the upper
Jesse or
catwalk.
Reds to back us up neither.
But if I do that,
Speaking of
I can
which,
get him to down warp
what
to the
should we tell
turrets
Biggs?
and just
I
have
don't
him
want
clear
him
out the
to worry.
turrets because he'll be in fleeing. It is a little bit quicker, but I mean, when your flee timer is trash, there's not much you can do about it. You're just kind of stuck with it. Right here, you can use Thunder Magnify here, but I'm going to use Thundera to make it a little bit safer.
Run while you can.
Here. So Thunder is a little bit quicker because you spend a half second less casting. But there's a chance that you'll accidentally join the fight with the turrets and that monster. You really need the monsters to spawn in after you've gotten up the ladder. Or at least to a point where you don't get into the fight with the monsters until after. Because you need this movement right here. This saves so much time, it's not even funny. It's like 10 seconds even if you get an awful lead timer like that.
And Cloud's got a cover for
You can
Red,
just
too.
see how much quicker, that movement is than
Soon
Cloud's
enough,
walking
don't
right
you
here.
worry.
And if you get the optimal fleet timer, you save so much more, it's ridiculous.
We ought to reach him long before he dies aboard.
As you do, Chapter 6 sucks.
And we're back at the cargo platform.
Get ready, Mako Reactor 5. We're coming.
Auxiliary? Cargo platform.
So long, underplate. I hate you too.
Wonder what the reactor's like.
Dark, dismal. A slaughterhouse where they butcher the planet.
So,
Then there's the smell.
early game we can get away with very little menuing.
Right.
I could probably extend the menus a little bit further
It's
if I
the
did some
reactor
more
core.
equipment optimization and
Bring it
material
on,
grinding, but
Outlanders.
the thing is my menus are good for what I have right now. The camera thing could be quite an issue. These ladders take a while to activate anyway, so you really don't lose
Biggs
too
should
much
be
time
waiting
to
for
it.
us up ahead.
He's probably
Eh.
worried sick about us.
Timer,
Even
sorry.
after all that fighting, no one's coming for us?
So next chapter, chapter
This is
7,
Shinra City.
is
You probably have cameras everywhere.
a lot of little things.
Why didn't you say something sooner?
Way too late.
You
to
can
bail
very
now.
easily just catastrophe your way through all of these fights, but you're gonna lose time everywhere. There's only a few cases where catastrophe ends up working out because you got a long distance to go with Tifa.
I wonder.
So the lead up into catastrophe firing off is not quite as time losing
Just thinking about the next step.
as you would think.
Didn't think I'd be this nervous.
Some things.
A lot of these fights can easily be resolved with a straight star shower and some thunder magnify from Cloud. We also have the first save load that saves a significant amount of time, but is like quote unquote free. There's a visual cue and an audio cue for this save load. Both of them aren't too bad to react to, depending on how you do things.
That could work.
The audio cue is much harder and will make your life a lot worse. The visual cue is going to simply be waiting until the camera cuts off the grating on the left side of the room. Then I'll open the menu to save load as soon as that happens.
Kinda scary, huh?
So,
It's all in the mind.
this one is actually like more of the freer ones. The reason this one's a lot easier than the Chapter 5 or 11 save load is you get full movement speed. You have a pretty large window to hit it. And those two factors together make it nearly free to hit. The one in Chapter 5 is very difficult because you have a very narrow window. Fine. You have a very narrow window to hit it,
Now that something else.
and
It was nothing.
you have very low movement speed because the low movement speed is what causes the window to be so narrow. Chapter 11, you have full movement speed right after combat, so one of the things you got to be careful with is switching to Barret too soon and canceling Synergy instead of retargeting it. If you switch to a character before they start casting a Synergy ability, you end up canceling it out instead of retargeting.
I can deal with those things.
Okay. So you can triple Thunder Magnify here, or Thunder Magnify, either or. Really doesn't matter. You just want to make sure you leave that fight with full MP. You could somersault the upcoming Shock Troopers. There's a couple of different things you can do with this fight. But any sort of physical attack has a chance of triggering the Shock Troopers' dodge ability. If you do it early enough, I believe the dodge ability can't activate because you're still in their activation stuff. But what we're going to be doing here is Thundiga Magnify plus Thundera with Tifa, mainly to keep her from triggering the dodge, and then we're going to switch to Barret to keep him from triggering it as well, so... Thundiga, Thundera, switch over to Barret, switch back. Unfortunately, I didn't do that right. If you time the spells out properly, the Thundiga will flip the elite Shock Trooper back into the regular Shock Troopers, resulting in him getting multi-hit by Thundiga Magnify, which will kill him. But this also works to triggering a Synergy with Barret to get the stagger, and then Thunder Magnify to kill him. Right here, we're going to go for a Star Shower with Tifa, and ATB boost with Cloud, and see what happens. We're going to go for Thunder here, it looks like. Okay.
All clear. Now let's see what these
Could be
bastards-
worse. Sometimes Star Shower can wipe out the whole room, but it's very uncommon. That's why I go for the
Over
ATB
here.
boost.
It looks like a few
Most scenarios, you're going to need
And
just
give
one
us
ATB, not two. But sometimes that fight can go really wrong, so having the extra ATB is a good.
Think you can get it?
Needs a key.
Attacking and then ATB boost is high risk, low reward, in my opinion,
Sounds bad.
because you won't always ATB boost into an additional bar. First Strike, I think, only sets you to having like 1,000 to 2,000, and it's an RNG value when it's maxed out like that. I think First Strike just gives you 1,000 ATB, if I remember correctly. And then the rest of it is random based on whether the game wants to
So
give you
far, so
frickin'
good.
the other 1,000 or not.
Let's move.
Which is what can make combat very frustrating in every mode. Hard, you really shouldn't bank on getting
You think
both
they're-
bars. You should really only
Nothing
bank
we
on
can
the
do about
one.
it.
That's why hard starting ATB with fights is not really a bad idea for the most part. Thunder. This we're gonna go here with Tifa. Okay. Now we're gonna open this room.
That it?
And this room's pretty straightforward. We could do it with Catastrophe, but we'll just do it this way instead. That kills everything. Take the MP crate. Start shower. Make sure he's dead. There we go.
Pretty sure that console.
That guy takes a while to get off the console, so we have plenty of time to do that room. Matter of fact, if we do it too quickly, we'll end up not killing him properly and then have to do something after the fact. That room's probably one of the best examples of enemies having HP log,
1,000 gil says
because I could wail on that guy forever, but he's still got to get off the console. Luckily, the ones in the later on in this area are kind of buggy, so they don't activate properly. We're gonna need to Thunderga that guy. Catastrophe. Rip Thundera just to speed this up. I'm gonna start panning the camera while I'm doing it.
Sure you could.
Alright. ATB boost. Thundera. Strike. And then just ignore everything because Steve is gonna finish it up. Yep.
Piece of cake.
So a lot of these rooms are pretty straightforward, but if you're being too aggressive or too passive, you could end up losing a bunch of time. That room right there, the enemy on the console, if you wipe out everything in the room, he'll get off the console immediately. But if you reset the fight for whatever reason, the AI actually functions properly, so he won't get off the console until a set time period. So if you reset that fight, you're going to lose a ton of time. So if you don't do it properly the first time, you're in bad shape. Right here, we're going to ATB boost, please. Are you okay? Thank you, game. Thunder. That was my fault. 100% my fault for being greedy.
Pushovers. We're coming
I
up.
lost time in that room for being a dum-dum, but I'm not surprised. It usually happens.
You're on your own.
What am I doing? Catastrophe thunder. Oh. That's really bad. I lost a ton of time there too, being an idiot. I got so tilted about the last room that I freaking wasn't even thinking in that room either. Messed up my menus.
Can't say we didn't
That room
prepare.
is pretty weird. You need to like Catastrophe first and then Thunderga to try and get those two shock troopers closer together. That's why Catastrophe doesn't lose, it saves you time in that room as long as you do it right, but I was thinking about 5,000 other things instead of, actually playing the game.
When we'll have it fully operational.
Sir, it's not running yet.
Understood. Prepare the oven for immediate deployment.
We're too late.
So we're actually getting into the part of the game where we're going to have to do menus, usually each chapter.
Looks like
just-
a performance is
We definitely.
Real though.
Game
Could
speed. Stupid tablet.
no way up.
No way.
Put EKG on Barrett, not for Airbuster, but more so for Chapter 12, actually. We're gonna Thundera here. And hopefully not regret it. Okay, so we gotta try and get around the fat box of that thing.
Real subtle invitation.
We were
Um...
gonna spring the trap anyway.
I gotta do it on the other side, though. Tifa needs at least 44 MP going into the boss fight. Cloud, you need maxed out, or it's going to make the first phase really obnoxious. Barrett, you need you need all of it, or you're gonna have to go with Thunderous, which will under damage pretty heavily. I think Barrett ends up with like 3 MP at the end of the fight, if I remember correctly.
Is there any way?
Yeah.
It's because he's on double lookup instead of MP up. He's really not going to be doing much outside of supporting.
Why does
So what we did is we took Magnify off Cloud for Synergy. Synergy Thunder and Synergy MP Absorb is going to turn this
So
boss
how-
fight
It's
into
simple. We move the lever.
Got these ones.
I'll take left.
actual devastation. We're going to be using Focus Strike with Tifa a ton.
Emergency
And not
lockdown
because it adds
is
a bunch of
currently
stagger,
in effect.
but
So we need
because
to
it gives you
synchronize our
ATB back
movements?
on activation.
Follow my
So what we're
lead.
going to be able to do is just absolutely pound Airbuster into
Okay,
the dirt
pay attention, you two.
and
3,
get a bunch of
2,
ATB back.
1.
Right here, there's like a ton of time in this room. You just got to make sure you don't do it too early. You can react to the visual, you can react to the audio version in the PS5 PC. The PS4, it's really bad. You actually have to react to the screams, not to the audio. It's kind of desynced.
All right, time to go.
So let's get the heck out of here. So we're going to start off with Thundera just to get Airbuster stunned here.
Are you alright?
The punches there aren't just to build ATB, but also to trigger ATB assist. You'll notice everybody's ATB shot up there for a second. Okay. Thundera, we're...
Big jump. You ready? You ready?
So Tankbuster here is really buggy and doesn't do its job properly. For whatever reason, if you focus strike out of a parry, you can clip through Tankbuster and end up never getting hit by it. It's really weird, but it's faster that way. You could stop Tankbuster with a well-timed spell and interrupt it and make it go immediately to Divine Conquer, but that loses you a ton of time, actually. So we're just going to be spamming Thundera and Thundergas here.
Back off. Gotta sting.
Calling lightning.
That's... I went to split too. Oops. Go to menu here. Set Aerith up. Iron. No. Wait, that's incorrect. Yes. Into Disorder, Blade Burst, SD, and Triple. Alright. Now we're set up for the mid portion. Aerith is going to be doing most of the work for us. Iron Blade has a really cool tech option on it because of Reprieve and its relatively high magic stat. So we're going to be able to abuse Self-Destruction. Now you're probably thinking, that doesn't sound very efficient, that would kill you. You would be right, if we weren't sneaky as hell. So the devs were like, we want this to kill you. So self-destruct inflicts instant death on use. And if you're smart enough to ward Subversion, which gives you 100% resistance to instant death as long as your ward is maxed out,
Be careful.
you will instead take a bunch of self-damage. But as you can tell, I'm still alive. The cool thing about this self-damage shenanigans is your limit really doesn't care where the damage comes from, as long as you take a bunch of damage. The more HP lost, the better. It's actually based on percentage, so that's kind of not true. Magnifying. So, now Cloud is on an explosive path. We're going to be abusing self-destruct whenever we feel like it for certain fights. It's a high damage output move that we can follow up with a free limit. No God or Dumb Run needed. You're going to need both the Magic Ups and Fury to make it consistent. But you're not
Come on.
going to be... Please.
I'll go first.
Magic ups aren't required, but the Fury Ring definitely is. It's not based on the amount of damage you do to yourself, not in raw numbers, that is. It's based on the percentage of damage done to yourself. So there's a reason we have Cloud at base HP right now, and actually depointed into the HP bonuses on Iron Blade. You may have also noticed that we did the uppercut canceling on parry. I forgot to mention at the time, but we actually depointed into any concentration bonus on any weapon we're actually going to use with Tifa. So Feathered Glove 70% concentration bonus is not active, and the 30% on Metal Knuckles is also not active. So that we can uppercut parry at any given time and not have to waste time to true striking, or not true striking, but omni striking randomly first to get access to the parry uppercuts. The Chi Charge can be very useful because it pushes it modifies your standard combat and will give you a longer combo the higher your chi charge is. And it also gives you the Omni Strike, which is really hard hitting
those
single
things.
shot move that doesn't
It's like
require
they're guiding us.
ATB if you
Stay
get the free
close.
chi charge.
So cool.
Need to stay ahead of
She just bounced off me today.
Prep for exfil.
or not. They gone?
Yeah, think so.
What are they?
I think. Actually, I don't know. Let's just go, okay? See that pillar? Shall we mosey up?
Let's.
So, what's next for you?
A little bit of bodyguard work.
Right.
After that, it's back
So
to
the
sector
rooftops
7
here
stuff.
really don't offer much of anything, just a little
Know how to
break
get
time.
there?
Yep.
Of course you do.
That suit from earlier. It
Yeah.
was one of Shinra's turrets.
The Iron Blade needs a very
What's the
specific
turret
setup.
want with you?
Magic
know.
plus elemental to increase your
Hey.
magic damage.
Don't Turks keep an eye out for potential soldiers and stuff?
Enemy
They do
skill
more than just scout for candidates.
and HP
Turks get
absorb.
called in to handle all kinds of situations.
And since Iron Blade has
with extreme
reprieve,
prejudice.
it will revive you at 1 HP,
Professional bad guys.
and then it will siphon
Gotta
off
love 'em.
HP
Back to my question. So what's he to you?
40% of your damage output,
Looked like you knew each
which
other.
is capped, so you can only get so
Maybe
much
he thought
HP
I'd
back
be
if
the
you only hit
bravest
one
soldier
target.
yet.
And once again, it's like the MP absorb.
Forget it.
It's limited by the HP pool of the enemy with their current
I
HP.
Actually,
uh,
haven't traveled by
So,
rooftop
trying to
before.
self-destruct on, say,
Surprised if you
rats
had.
or foragers, smaller
Honestly,
little
kind of
monsters,
exciting.
Well,
you're gonna
first
lose
time and
HP
all.
every time. Iron Blade has another little neat ability on it, though, trade-off. So whenever you lose 10% of your HP or more, you get 1 MP back for every 10% loss.
Give me a moment.
So self-destruct actively refills your MP pool on Cloud. So you can actually be a little bit more aggressive with spells if it would,
Run off
if it
on
works
your
out.
own.
Unfortunately, I kind of stick with
Those
Ice
lords of a soldier
Magnify on the
candidate?
Iron or Ice
So
Elemental on the
petty.
Iron Blade. So I really don't ever have a very good
Looks
option of
kinda
spell,
rusty.
I'll go
to be
first.
honest. I just stick with Ice Elemental because a lot of things are neutral to it or weak to it. Nothing is really resistant to ice in this game.
That was unexpected.
The most things,
Thank you,
if something
Cloud.
is resistant to ice, it's more so because it runs out of the ice spell
Huh,
than it
there it
actually
is.
like
The
resists
wall.
ice.
You know, but
Ice just ends up
Too
being like one of the more
maybe
general
more than
used
even
spells in the
people
game.
hate all that power.
Ice is probably like the strongest and weakest spell at the same time because it requires line of sight. It has to create the ice cube and then it has to explode, so enemies can't walk right out of it.
This time I'll go first.
But it
After all,
isn't. Nothing is
can't
really
count on you to
resistant
win.
to it.
Sure about this?
See for yourself.
Its stagger values is really good, and it does have a huge
Maybe I'll
AoE,
go
so
on
it's a
ahead
really
and
big
leave you all
trade-off
by
spell.
your lonesome. Just
Fire, unfortunately,
you
is
shouldn't
pretty
talk.
much in the same
Then
boat,
you
except
talk.
it doesn't have the
Tell me a story.
increased benefit of
Not for
stagger.
free.
So
cheapskate.
fire is one of the worst. One of the more better spells in the game.
Gotcha.
You're
Because it
killing
really
me
has
here.
very few benefits and more deficits. It does have a nice AoE though, and there are a lot of humanoids in the game, so fire does see some
Here goes
use.
nothing.
Wind used to be awful. Now it kind of spawns on the enemy and then explodes. You'll see a lot more in chapter 15, 16, 17. I actually use it a lot late game. Wind actually managed to make its way into the
We're
route.
getting
Used to be
closer
that
the
it would
station.
spawn like an
Even
ice
so,
spell,
we'll
and
probably run into a
flying
few
enemies were weak to wind. But the problem was flying enemies would just fly right out of it because they wouldn't get held still.
That's not scary.
So they fixed it by making the spell just stick to its target. So wind is much like lightning and has a really hard time missing. There are some circumstances where an enemy can be in a dodge animation or something and just walk out of wind or dodge out of the spell while it's exploding. But that's more of a how do I want to put this? That is a
Stations there.
exception,
that.
not the rule.
Oh, thought the world you knew didn't include stations.
Ha, ha.
So right here is going to be the only circumstance in this game where holding triangle to skip the cutscene is faster. than trying to skip it normally, because we have to wait for the camera angle to change there to actually be able to open up the skip menu.
Would you like a bowl of harsh stew? The perfect blend of sweet and spicy.
People say it's like an explosion of flavor beyond your wildest.
There's a Shinra dump site up ahead. Not the kind of place anyone would ever choose to hang around in.
But a great place to lay up.
Over here. That was
So, you'll notice Aerith's HP just grenaded there.
that didn't work.
For
Maybe
this
it's
segment,
broken? Pretty
you
sure
could
the
put healing on
camera
either
loops
character.
around
There's
too,
plenty of
right?
opportunities for Cloud and Aerith just kind of have to hold still and look at something. So putting healing on Cloud really isn't that bad of an idea. His MP is, like, pretty much useless. His healing's not bad. And there's enough idle downtime that he can heal without losing time because he's not moving forward since he's the party leader. You could put it on Aerith, but her MP is pretty,
How do you figure?
pretty
They went for the
important.
stronger
But
play.
the bigger issue is less her MP and more space for materia. She needs First Strike, both magic ups. Right now she has a magnified spell and a synergy spell, so
There,
that's an
check it
additional
out.
4
The heart of the
slots.
slums.
So that's
Still a fair
2
ways
blue,
off.
2 green,
Well,
4
we did-
slots,
No.
2 magic up,
Me-
6 slots,
Me.
1
You're in
First
for it.
Strike,
Don't have time.
You'll
7
wanna make
slots
10
out of the
bucks.
10
Final
they
word
get.
on it. We'll get
And she already has MP up and stagger equipped, so that's 1 extra slot she has. So there's like 3 flexible slots, and most of them are like already spoken for most of the game. So trying to get healing on her is an absolute nightmare.
Get back.
It's really
Fight
not
too, you
useful.
know.
It's really hard to justify putting healing on her for anything outside of duel. You could argue leaving healing on her till duel, but you're gonna have to do some menuing for bosses in between here and there. Like right now, she's on Wind Synergy, and that is not optimal for anything but Rude.
Here we go.
Too bright?
Unfortunate.
See you around.
So what happened there is what I call a buffered input. I was opening the shortcut menu, hit triangle, cast Thundera, but I didn't let go of it soon enough to just cast Thundera. So Cloud switched to Punisher stance because I let go of the shortcut button too soon. So the game's like, oh, you want to be in Punisher stance? I'm like, no, actually I would not like to be in Punisher stance. The movement right here can be very obnoxious. Because of the camera angle change, it's really hard to get the exact right angle on your left thumbstick. And then it needs to be like a right,
Nice work.
slightly
What
up
do you think
angle to
Yes,
get him
you're
to move
home free.
consistently without
No need
stopping.
for thanks.
It's really
I'd
hard
rather
to
get
get.
paid.
Hmm? You're getting paid right now.
Hmm?
Huh?
Oh.
28 something? Sure. I feel like that's still a bad time if I remember right. Like 127 is what you're
Should be
looking
able
for
to
here.
relax a little now.
Don't forget about the Turks.
Ah,
Could come at us any time. Keep an eye out.
I think this means another
Sector
war.
5.
what are they watching?
Hey!
Who's that guy with you, Eric?
Alright, so this will be the first break here. I'm gonna go use the restroom and then I will be right back.
What could they
I'm
possibly
See you on the other side.
The shell of Mako Reactor 5.
Working for Wutai,
As you
isn't it
can see,
obvious?
there's still a lot of smoke rising
using
from the rubble.
spies so they don't have to break
While
the
fallen
ceasefire.
beams and other debris
I'm telling
continue to
you,
hinder
those
rescue
foreign
efforts,
devils are
the
trying to
fires
start
appear to
another
have been
war.
mostly
So
extinguished.
help catch the bombers, we get a reward
Over
or
there.
something?
That's the director of Shinra's Advanced Weaponry Division, isn't it?
Enough of that doom and
Excuse me,
gloom.
ma'am, but
But
would
we're
you mind
safe
answering a
down
few
here,
questions?
right?
They're targeting reactors. There's no
Can you give
reason
us
for
any
them to
updates
attack
on the
this
status
one.
of the reactor?
So,
What
when are
kind
the
of
trains
damage did
gonna
it
start
suffer
up
in the
again?
explosion? Are we in any danger?
Mako Reactor 5 has been temporarily shut down, and all fires have been successfully extinguished. The situation is under control, and the people of our fair city need not worry about any additional complications. We are in the process of conducting a full forensic investigation, but we suspect the device used was similar to that employed in the attack on Mako Reactor 1. The perpetrators of that atrocity were filmed making their escape. These agents of the eco-terrorist group Avalanche are currently believed to be in hiding somewhere in Midgar.
And given that this group has now attacked 2 reactors in quick succession, can they really be stopped before they strike again?
What do you think? Have no fear. Shinra will keep Midgar safe.
Those Avalanche guys are unbelievable. Without the reactors... Okay, time's up! We need to stand up and fight against anyone who tries
All
to
right,
destroy our
let's
way
go.
of life.
Oh, what timing! Mind lending me a hand?
Place is really hopping, huh?
Nice side effect of the train situation. So, what do you say?
I'd love to, but... I help out every now and then. It's fun.
Aerith!
Well, well. What are you doing all the way up there?
Was trying to get a look at the reactor. Who's this guy?
This is Cloud. He's a mercenary. And currently my bodyguard. That's Oates.
See you.
2 peas in a pod.
Aaron!
So, what are you guys up to?
We all went to see the reactor.
Oh, that's right. You're supposed to come by the house.
What for?
I don't know. You're just supposed to.
Well, guess we have a new destination. I should probably explain. The Leaf House is the local orphanage. That's where all these kids live.
Hey, Aerith, where'd you go?
The church again? Next time, we should all go together.
Okay. So, a lot of this area is pretty slow. It's a good time to read out donation comments. Same with Chapter 3. It's a very slow area.
Keep me on my toes.
There's plenty of downtime I can make for it.
Better than being
4 hours
bedridden.
and 30 minutes
Thanks
of
again for all
nonsense.
those herbs. You've helped
Give or
a
take.
lot of people.
We have plenty
No
of time
problem.
to
Anytime.
get through
How'd you
donations.
manage to find so many anyway?
I have a feeling this is not going to be
I have my
a run.
And him?
But,
He's my
hopefully.
bodyguard. Just until I get home.
And you're
keep
sure
going
he's up
until
to
I
it?
see like a really, really bad time.
Maybe. Since I'm so generous, I gather medicinal herbs for his patients sometimes. Here's the Leaf House.
So you got to be careful here. If you get
There
too
you
far
are.
ahead of
We're
Aerith,
back.
sometimes she can
Sorry
go
to
in
be
between the
jumpy.
tables.
Well then, I hope
No
and
problem.
she'll stand
All you
and
can
stop
get
in
with all
between
the-
the two
I'm
of
sure
them
they
unless you're
will.
Let's all
behind
wash
her.
up before our meeting.
So if you come too close to the door, she will just immediately
Please grow
stop
big and
right
young.
in between the tables right there. That stool is.
So I can read a ton of books.
So you can save load a couple of times here to skip some dialogue. It's best to do both, apparently. Saves more time that way.
So,
So if you skip both, save load. This one on its own doesn't save any time, but the next one will.
okay.
Wait till she starts talking. Save load again. And that'll get her jogging immediately. We're just gonna run over to her house, and that'll be that. I think we actually are gonna have to rescue the kids from monsters. And these fights are actually quite awful. There's only a few ways to deal with these fights and not lose
My house
massive
is
chunks
just
of
up this
time.
path.
The main
Most should be
issue
home by
is
now.
the rats.
So I'll introduce you.
Surprisingly enough, one of the weakest enemies in the game have one of the most obnoxious abilities. If even one of them is damaged, they can activate an ability called Call to Arms,
There you go.
which is a
That's my
huge
house.
time killer.
It's amazing.
Because it will spawn another wave of rats, and those wave of rats won't be damageable or killable until they fully spawn in. And then the same thing can happen, so they can chain Call to Arms twice. And it spawns, I believe, 3 rats per, so you're in a really
She's a
rough
handful,
position
isn't
trying to
she?
get rid of all of them. What we're going to do is use Sorcerer's Storm to try and kill all of them at once. And avoid damaging them,
These
just
right
murdering
here
them
are my
outright.
babies.
You could try and do it with magnified spells, but it's not consistent. So Sorcerer's Storm is the best way to do it. And you can't even do it very quick because you need to stay on Cloud to make sure he doesn't start attacking them, which can trigger the call to arms as well. So we need to get
Which
Aerith
ones do
over
you
there
think
as
we
soon
should
as
pick?
possible to hit all of them
Any
with
of them.
Sorcerer Storm, and
Oh,
you need to
don't be
hold
like
on to
that.
Cloud so he
I
doesn't
know you
start
have an eye
swinging
for
at
this
stuff
kind
you
of
don't
thing.
want him to.
Good eye. People used to give these to declare their loyalty to one another. Interesting, right?
So, we got 3 different flowers here. If you pick 2 of the same, any type, the
I
same,
think we still need a few more.
you get one of the old school Final
Which should we
Fantasy
pick next?
mascots. The White Lilies is Moogle. Those green foxtails over there is Cactuar. 10,000 Needles of Pain.
She said,
And
as
the
many as you
yellow
can
over
carry,
here
so
is
maybe a
Drogoba.
few more?
So
I
we've
think
got
we're
3
good
flowers
now.
and we can
What do
move
you
on
say?
here.
Shall we go?
But yeah, Sorcerer Storm is the best solution I could come up with. I could use SD, but Cloud gets popped up into the air. It
No
takes a
need to
very
worry.
long time to be
We're
able
not
to
under
move
the
again,
gun or
and since he's
anything.
party lead,
I'm
that's a
not cut
really
out for
bad
this
time
crap.
investment.
Sure you are.
Not only that, but it
And
would
when you're done,
absolutely
you'll be drowning in
destroy
job
my
offers.
HP. Because they all have very low
So,
HP, and
how
I'm
do you
only
think
cutting
you'll arrange these
40% out of their
flowers?
available HP
Well,
pool.
we'll soon find out.
I would be like sub 500, 600 each time. So yeah, the first fight's pretty free. All we're gonna do is just Thunder Magnify. We don't really care. The next 2 fights are the ones we gotta worry about. It'll have the second fight. Once we get down the ladder, we'll have 2 rats and a Gorger. The Gorger isn't really a problem.
I remember you.
Where's it?
The leaf.
If we kill it, we kill it. If we don't, we don't. Whatever. We just want to make sure we can take out the 2 rats at the same time. And then the follow-up fight, I believe, has maybe 5. I'm not sure. So we need to be very passive about it, and
You
hope
could
we don't
say,
get an
yeah.
extremely passive rat that actually
That's what I
runs
thought.
away
It's
from
this
us.
guy. They say
All we gotta do is
I know
group
someone
up
who-
Cloud
Hey,
with
come
Aerith
on.
and Guard to get them to come in towards you.
I love to study.
Basically. E.
But I want to climb up there. No, it's much too dangerous.
But I'm scared of the doggy.
That's what's called easy money.
We even got to be on TV.
Gramps has been feeling a lot better ever since he heard about what happened.
Alright, so, like I said, what we're trying to do is take out all the rats at once, and then the final fight, the second to last fight has a rat and 2 hedgehogs. We want to Thundera that rat first. I don't think it really matters, but I want to make sure that idiot goes down. Because I believe Call to Arms can be activated if any enemy is damaged before the rats.
Yeah, leave it. But there are. Don't worry, I've brought a suit.
I have seen that
So
rat
where's the-
I don't
activate
know.
Call to Arms,
Right
but I'm
now?
not sure
Come
what the
on.
conditions are for it.
You guys have got to hurry and find our friends, okay?
They ran off this way. Be careful.
Where do you think they went?
Alright.
Who knows? They're kids.
So like I said, we're just gonna rip through these
Nothing to do
spells.
but all over.
I just hope they find them.
You may see Aerith's HP dropping and then going back up. She does have Bloodsucker,
I've got this.
so,
Don't you mean we've got this?
okay.
Was never in doubt.
Ah, there they are.
And they're not alone.
Okay, so we're gonna
Leave this
Sword
to me.
Storm
I
here.
don't think so.
Alright, we're good. One of those was almost a
Get back.
problem.
I can fight too, you know.
But you gotta be careful with rolling here or else that
We
happens.
gotta save them.
I forgot about it. Could be worse, I guess. So we're gonna attack Disorder. That gives me ATB refund for hitting multiple enemies. Oh, cool. That's hilarious.
You jittery?
So this guy right here, we want a Tempest. Let's switch to Cloud. Thundera.
Too bright? We'll be right there.
That fight was a little scuffed, but ooh, the cutscene triggered almost immediately. I don't know why. I honestly don't know what did it. Okay, sure. So right here, there's a little save load trick. Aerith usually takes forever to get up this ladder, but if you wait until this black girl goes up the ladder and then becomes solid instead of transparent, you can save load immediately. and that will get Aerith up the ladder immediately, and as long as we wait till she's in the same spot, we can get up the ladder immediately, too. It ends up losing time if you do that too early, though, so you've got to be careful and make sure that you wait 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So, as you can tell, we're moving very slowly with the kids behind us, so we want to make sure to do as much of that fight as possible during the cutscene. Let me mute this, and I'll leave it on in the background, even though... Okay, so right here we're going to be careful with this fight, particularly. That guy right there can actually, like, spawn in really weird and end up not dying to Thundera. So I found it's actually quicker to sandbag a little bit in that fight, or else you're going to have to hit that guy and then walk back to the ladder with Cloud. Or wait for Tifa to hit it, which is probably even worse somehow. So, optimizing who kills what, and, you know, in this area is very important. So, yeah.
No way.
Yep.
It's way faster than that.
Yeah, we get to do a lot of walking here. This is probably one of the worst segments in the game, in terms of, like, being slowed down for no really good reason. There's a few places now with the PS5 where it obviously can load the area quickly enough, but we get to sit there and wait for the movement of a PS4, just because, hey, whatever, it takes forever to load, you know. So, I guess what tech... So, Disorder is a really interesting command. It's kind of like Tifa's Focus Strike. We get a refund on hit, depending on which Disorder it is. The initial Disorder will switch you into Punisher stance, as, you know, if you're an operator. I believe it refunds 500 ATB on hit, but that's 500 ATB per enemy hit with it. And since it's a slash the way it is, you can end up hitting multiple enemies and getting way more ATB than intended if you launch it into a group of enemies. It'll also push you into Punisher stance. So you have a good option of moving into combat really quickly, getting ATB back, and being in Punisher stance for counters.
Great job.
Since it has that ATB refund, it's a really good move for triggering Synergy and ATB assist very rapidly. The second half of Disorder is a little bit different, but I'll cover that in a second, right after I get done with this. Disorder, HP boost, Kaboomski, and that's Root. Or was. Oh, we're gonna get the cool thing. Nice.
Okay, then.
Alright, so I get to do a little trick here that you normally don't get to see, because Cloud normally doesn't hit himself hard enough for Limit to activate here.
No,
so that'll be nice.
I don't believe that I have.
There we go, into Limit. And now we're invincible, took 0 damage, bing, bang, bong. There you go. Saves a little bit of time. You normally have to guard the ground wave there to get a Limit out of it. The reason I stepped to the right there is because of the AI's propensity to lurching forward and doing a dodge roll towards the enemy when they are given a shortcut. Aerith, 99% of the time, would jump forward and get hit by that ground wave and die to it while trying to cast Aeroga. And even if she doesn't die to it, her Aeroga gets interrupted and her ATB is completely shot. If she somehow survives it. Which, right now, she doesn't have good armament or HP bonuses or anything, so she's most likely going to get smoked. Right here, we got to be careful about how we do this. Okay, didn't manage to kick anything. We are good to go.
You're leaving?
So yeah.
It's simple. It isn't exactly.
Was one.
The
Promise me.
SD there,
Thank you.
plus the counter, was enough to build up enough limit. Surprisingly, though. So yeah, Disorder switches our stances, and it's an ATB move, so it can often be used to put a boss off of their attack pattern. It does have enough interrupt to sometimes interrupt specific attacks by certain bosses. So it can be a very potent move. And we can trigger ATB, or Disorders back-to-back to trigger multiple synergies or ATB assist, which Cloud does have right now, ATB assist. It doesn't do a ton of damage, but the ATB recovery and the multiple synergy trigger turns it into a very potent move in the PS5 and PC version. The secondary exiting Punisher stance is a still floor to sky slash that hits twice. It is pretty powerful and does,
see the
I
sky.
believe, give like 400
They're
ATB
still
back.
working on the new
And
place.
since it hits twice, it gets you a pretty
I
good
don't
chunk of
like this part of
ATB.
Midgar. Back when they were still
It's
building
not.
Midgar,
It
there
might be a
was
little
an
bit lower. I think it might be
accident, and the
400,
plate fell.
300.
People had only just
Because it
started
used to be
moving
like
in,
really low on the
so there weren't a
PS4
lot
version, but it
living there
got
at the
buffed on the
time.
PS5 version. I'm not really sure with the values. Just it doesn't fill as much as Focus Strike does. So Focus Strike's like 700 or something. So it basically refills a refocused. I guess I kind of glossed over this with refocus. When it splits your ATB, your units are normally 1,000 and 1,000. And 2,000 total, but when you refocus, it splits it into thirds of 650, 650, and 700. So Focus Strike actively gains you 500 ATB under those circumstances. So you're actively gaining every time you land Focus Strike. Just remember that if you cancel Focus Strike early, it will interrupt your ATB gain because you need to land the attack.
It'll be
Focus
an
Strike can
adventure.
sometimes multi-hit enemies, but it's more uncommon than common. I rolled one time too many, unfortunately.
Watch out for high winds.
Fine. I was hoping she'd finish him off naturally, but if the fight takes that long, the Wind Drake is probably going after
great.
Cloud.
Someone's pulled up the ladder.
So you need to reset it and just Soul Drain there. She has enough ATB, but I was trying to avoid going into the menu for it. Luckily, Soul Drain caught it quickly enough. So the hands here are pretty obnoxious.
Here's an idea.
We can save a little bit of time by doing as much of the movement as possible under our own power instead of under the game. So where else are you going to want to cast? 1, 2, 3, 5. And if we count the amount of arrow ticks of the arrow pulsing up, we can pretty consistently make sure the hand is going to be high enough to clear
And here comes the ladder.
ladder. So right here is going to be one of those places where we double down on Disorder. It's not so much to activate Assist as it is to activate Double Synergy. We did switch over to Synergy Lightning. We got a lot of machines coming up, so Synergy Lightning just ends up working out a lot better. We have to attack in between to make sure the Synergy gets triggered properly. And Source Storm is going to be what finishes the fight off. Easy peasy. So we're trying to optimize the way we flee so that we don't get too many standstill putaways. You got to be careful when you're fleeing that you're not wasting a bunch of time. Right, we're just gonna ignore these guys. No particular reason to bother fighting them. So MP on Aerith isn't super tight. Even with an MP up, we managed to make it stretch far enough. That's unfortunate. We got an extremely long flee timer, so we could have gotten a lot more rolls out than we did.
Hey, I bet you can grab that container.
So we're gonna grab this container. Luckily, we don't have to lift this too far. Just grab the container. We're gonna have a cutscene in here, so we're just gonna skip that real quick.
I'm gonna head down.
And then we can drop the container down. Like I said, we want to do as much of the movement as we can on our own. There you go. It's really tough to actually get that little micro movement to clip so that it won't clip into that piece of wrecked wall. So this is going to be 4 ticks up. It's kind of hard to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because you got to... The ticks on that one are a little bit harder because they're off screen. And this one is like almost immediately. Once you see the circle is when you need to press the button.
Okay, right there. Hold on while I drop the ladder.
Alright, let's get down the ladder. A lot of the fights in here can be very obnoxious. There's a couple of ways to make them go pretty quick. But there are some of them, if you hit too hard, too fast, you can end up screwing yourself over, so it's really weird. It's very much like the first chapters. The thing is, Aerith hits like a freight train with a Mack truck behind it, or in front of it. I don't know how you want to... But she hits way harder than any character has a right to hit. The downside of that, though, is she is a literal glass cannon, but the fortunate part is, for most of the game, the character you're in control of will be the main target of attacks by bosses. So you can basically, paladin kite, I guess, if you want to put it that way. You can basically make sure the damage is coming your way and deal with it appropriately and not worry about Aerith getting slammed too hard. So we're going to do that. I almost got friggin' stunned there. That would have been awful.
Okay, guys.
So Butch there has more HP than the rest, and he was being a piece of garbage and trying to put down the little stun panel. I hate the stun panels, and whoever freaking put them in the game didn't code them properly. Because if you get stunned and exit combat, you get to sit there and wait until it resolves normally. It doesn't end immediately when combat does. I have no idea why it's like that. It's like one of the easiest ways to lose huge chunks of time if you're not careful. Or the AI can just wander into it sometimes and screw you over. So we don't really... Doesn't matter what we hit here. But as long as we switch to Aerith right there, right off the bat, and cast Thundera, she will triple hit everything, because the two enemies will be close enough that the Thundera will multi-hit the sweeper, and vice versa, so they all go down in one shot. The triple slash is just to make sure that if we hit any sort of weird damage ranges, that everything goes down in one shot. Another weird thing, really has nothing to do with gameplay, but I think it's pretty funny to point out. If you're paying attention, in Chapter 6, the consoles that move the bridges in controls are inverted compared to this segment. Up and down, left and right are swapped between the two sticks for the Chapter 6 segment where you're moving the bridges and catwalks. I don't know why. It honestly doesn't make any sense, but it is that way.
Cloud!
Pretty close. You can't get the hands too close to the floor because you gotta wait for the fingers to curl back up, so it can be really obnoxious. I think it may have been too low. It's definitely too low. I'm not even gonna bother with it. Got it right on the second try. This one right here is pretty nice. There's actually a visual cue. If you're watching the shadow over Aerith, like, just as it barely passes her is pretty much the right spot. That's a little bit too far. It ends up getting magnified extensively. I needed to let go of it like just a little bit sooner. I believe this one is like... Alright, so that's it with the hands. We're done. We're done playing with our hands or
Thanks
whatever.
for the lift. I'll have that ladder down for you in a sec.
So we got one more super obnoxious fight here that's going to require synergy retargeting. Bandit C, for whatever reason in this next fight, has more HP than the rest by a large margin. He must have Butch's HP pool. That's the only thing I can guess. So Blade Burst won't be enough to one-shot him. We're going to have to actually switch to Aerith and follow up with the Synergy Thunder. Because like I said before, we need to retarget it. And we can't just let her cast here. Even though he's targeted properly, the Synergy will not target that Bandit C most of the time. The really annoying part with that is to retarget that Synergy is kind of obnoxious, because sometimes she'll cast Thunder instantaneously and she won't jump. So it can be really hard to switch to her in time, because you need to react to it super duper early.
Cloud, up top.
You know, Synergy. It's really rough. Alright, so we're heading into Wall Market. We're almost we'll be 2 hours in by the time we get into the Underground Arena. I would like to be on the bottom floor of the Underground Arena sub 2 hours, but that can be very tricky. The early game kind of, some days it giveth, some days it taketh away. No matter how, it's really hard to hit everything correctly, basically, and hit the RNG properly.
Guess this is it?
It can be, it's a rough life, getting through these first couple of hours with super solid time.
Come on, Cloud.
There's, like the easy way to put it is there's 4.5 hours of inputs you have to memorize and execute. And you either spend all your time, you know, making sure that the first 3 hours or whatever, you're going to hit everything perfectly, and then deal with the low stamina in the last, you know, 1.5 to 2 hours of stuff. Or you take a little bit of flexibility in your first couple of hours and make sure you're good all the way across the run. Or at the very least, high execution level in your low energy portion towards the end of the game.
So, this girl.
And I mean, this is a RPG marathon. This is for Limit Break, but that's obviously going to be a thing. In an RPG marathon, stamina and endurance are very important. For general marathons, not as often. Most runs are probably closer to 1 to 2 hours, but still, it makes it it's already pretty obvious in anything that's long run focused, like Quest for Glory, RPG Limit Break. Really long-a-thon. They're more focused around longer runs and stuff, so it's kind of preaching to the choir there. So right here, you can save load. You would think I could save load sooner, but I've actually messed with the save load there to try and get it earlier. You actually are locked out of the menu, surprisingly enough, until Aerith starts talking. So you can't push your luck on that one. You'll actually end up losing time by opening the menu early. You can't do anything but resume the game. So you need to wait till she starts talking. Most of the time when you're doing a save load,
so people can't.
The subtitles is your indicator. Sometimes you have to wait for a specific line of dialogue for the most part. Subtitles are telling you where to go, when to go, and how to go there.
And who can get
the trio first, and then there's Madam. Last but not least, they're an eccentric.
Duly noted. Thanks for the info.
We're gonna do a lot of moving around. Not too much special going on here. We have an option between Madam M, Sam, and Honeybee Inn. Madam M has to go last. It's just how the story progresses. So it's either Sam or Honeybee, and then to the opposite, then to Madam M. Turns out it's a little bit quicker to go to Sam first, mainly because of this diagonal alleyway. We can get to him a little bit faster. It doesn't really change any dialogue options. It's just purely a movement-based thing. From Sam to Honeybee, it's the same, because you're going to go the same exact path either way.
Next time,
the reason it ends up being a little bit quicker is you can take a more optimal line to Sam than to Honeybee. You have to go really far back. The funny thing is, going to Sam is actually faster to get to Madam M's, though. But when you factor in going from Sam to Honeybee to Madam M, or vice versa, Honeybee to Sam to Madam M, it turns out that it's faster to go to Sam's, then to Honeybee, then to Madam M, even though you lose a bunch of time going from Honeybee to Madam M, because you have to take a really roundabout route. There's really no direct way to get over there. It ends up saving, the trip to Sam first saves so much time over going to Honeybee first that you save a few seconds. It really doesn't matter in the long run, though. It's a slight optimization that probably saves 2, maybe 3 seconds. And other factors included, if you have a nasty habit of doing something I used to do with Honeybee, I used to go over there, trigger the dialogue, and then forget to walk into Honeybee. It may be optimal for you to go to Honeybee first. It wouldn't be the first, and it won't be the last time it's come up. I have lost runs to that, unfortunately. I'm gonna stand up here and stretch. Since we have all the time in the world, we got 4.5 hours, and I got a shit pack. So I need to make sure
you're acting weird,
to keep it as stretched out and malleable as possible.
Really weird.
So I don't end up sweating to death from pain.
Think you'll make a habit of it?
Alright. So this is a very slow segment right here. Nothing too...
I think I've seen everything I need to see.
A little bit of Motrin.
So, tell me what you want.
Keep my spine from killing me.
All
right. So we gotta talk to Madam M here. All those dialogue options, we took very specific ones to make sure that we got Madam M's side quest, not Sam's.
I could never
for the dialogue, the bottom options push you towards Madam M.
Well,
Top ones push you towards Sam. Middle ones push you towards no.
So long as you...
How much?
The coin flip, heads or tails, gives you more points towards Sam. No deal gives you a little bit of points towards Sam. That's a fail-safe.
Alright.
And the hand massage, the expensive one, Madam M. Middle of the road one, nobody's points. And cheap one goes to Sam. So we want to make sure we get Madam M's so that we can give Aerith her dress, walk out, turn right back around, tap the door, and then get Johnny to chase us down. rather than having to
wouldn't
go to
expect a
Sam's,
fair
talk to
fight in
Sam, and
this
then come
town.
back.
Same
It saves a
thing in
humongous amount of
That's one
time.
thing I'm definitely
Way
sure
more
of.
than doing the dialogue options. You really only have to pick 3 of Madame M's choices. So, like, the no deal on the coin isn't important unless you take, like, a Sam choice on dialogue.
What's this?
Team.
Yes, the two of us. I need to.
Okay.
All right. Team
So,
it is.
2-hour elevator? Sure, I'll take it. The recording says it's a freaking 40, so sure. I don't even know how long I spent in the menu.
Down
So right here, we're hoping Aerith shuts up and the menus load quick. There we go. That's actually optimal. So Aerith can get a second line of dialogue in, but if we get the command menu and the map to pop up before her second line, that means we can save load, so we can skip the rest of the elevator ride. Not too...
Ouch.
There's nothing you can really do about it other than not moving and touching buttons in the elevator, so that the menu has the optimal chance to load. The menu takes a while to load sometimes, and moving around in the elevator makes it take longer to load. I don't know why. It prioritizes your inputs and everything over the menu, so the game will take a while. So we're gonna Thundera.
Too bright. I keep my distance if I
Awful. Luck. I should not have gone for that disorder. That was a hard punish for stupid inputs.
What a completely unexpected turn of events!
That fight would have been perfect if I had just gone for the triple slash, because it would have multi-hit everything 3 times, and that plus the Thundera would have been enough. I got greedy and I paid for it. The Underground Arena is kind of like that. There's some ways to be somewhat consistent, but
well, that's one win.
basically you can get hard punished if you act like an idiot. This next fight, we're going to go for the disorder right off the bat. And since the Corneo thugs are so hard clustered, we should be able to just self-destruct out of it. I don't know if it's going to happen, but we're going to go for it.
Just remember, try not to.
Your match will begin shortly.
Here we go.
Too bright. Go on.
Well, that happens sometimes. Even though I got my SD right off, they split so hard that I needed to use Magnify. It's a good thing I decided to go that route, though. Alright, so we only have to walk out of the arena here to trigger the next cutscene. We actually don't have to go all the way through, so it doesn't really matter. Just have to break the door.
Cloud and Aerith!
Here we go. Alright, so we're gonna have to menu for a Hell House. It's a pretty specific menu. Hell House fight's really, really specific, and we're gonna need either Iron Blade or Buster Sword. And, well, if you guys like Buster Sword, we're gonna use it. Dang nabbit, we got a fight where it's optimal, so we're gonna do it. Alright. Thundera, XP boost.
Say goodbye.
What are you doing? Met the Thundera here.
You jittery?
I accidentally targeted the wrong things with my Blade Burst. Aerith's MP is going to be really tight, so I gotta be careful here. I'm actually going to have to play very conservative with Hell House, unfortunately. This run might be over if I screw this up. Buster, no. For Skillmaster, fire for this. To, nope. Irk, Thundera. Wrong. Fire up. Okay. Alright, we're back up against the wall here. MP is not looking good. We gotta be very careful.
Watching you ready to kick. It's not even. Show them what you got.
So this I would leave to co-commentators. For sure. Nice. For jumping away, I actually lost some time there, unfortunately. It's a 30-second cutscene here. So we wanted to throw down Arcane Ward. We need a very specific amount of stagger going from Phase 2 to Phase 3. The easiest way to put it is 99.99%, so I needed to make sure to not end this phase with magic because that would add to the stagger tally. There's a couple of different ways to do this, but it requires a lot of math. So I'm doing the first way that I discovered, and it's not the optimal way to go, but we're doing it that way.
What the?
Look out!
Okay, perfect. So you need to wait until the shield comes up, but Bio takes 5 seconds to hit. So I've got plenty of time to do that. We're going to wait until Hell House moves back here and arrow with Aerith. She's going to jump back onto the ward. It does a little bit of damage and sets up for a Skill Master loop in the next part of the fight. So, we're not going to be using the Arcane Ward anymore. We need to make sure to get rid of any Fuzzy Wuzzies that are over here. Berserk goes in, Tempest, and we want Blizzara here, Arrow, and Fire. Unfortunately low damage, but we got through it. What is our MP looking like? Probably like 10 or less. Okay, we're good. 32 is fine. It used to be that I would put MP Absorb on Fire here, or Abzu. Turns out that if you actually know how to do Abzu 1's inputs properly, you can just use Fire Synergy, and you don't need Fire Synergy and Fire MP Absorb, if you actually know how to play the game right. You're gonna see why I'm saying it like that, because Abzu is 20-second fight, I think, or less. It's 30 seconds if you let him take a dip in the water, which is like the worst. He can lock his HP and refuse to die if you don't kill him quickly enough. So he can jump in the water, and then you have to wait for him to jump back out to do the last literal 1 HP of damage.
Once you change.
So Buster Sword is going to be put back in the box. We'll use it again next run.
I have a few.
Unfortunately, I'm not Strife. I can't use Buster Sword on Sephiroth. I need all the advantages I can possibly get. Sephiroth is a dangerous, dangerous guy, and I'm not very good at it. So we're going to turn around here, check the door. This is what I was talking about. So this avoids us going all the way to Sam, talking, and then coming back to do literally the same exact thing. So, taking Sam's, or Madame side quests over Sam's is extremely important. It loses you a ton of time to take the Sam. Oh, Kidoki! So, in the PS5 version, they tweaked Johnny's routing here, because he has a very nasty habit in the PS4 version of sometimes going down alleyways and soft blocking. So him turning down that path is very uncommon on the PS5 version. To the point where I'd say 1 out of every 25, 30 runs he probably goes down that alleyway. Also, these doors suck. So the next thing is, we're going to do something very awkward, which I don't think a lot of people have thought of. Since I have access to every materia in the game, I'm going to pre-equip some of my weapons. And not just in a way where, like, I have Buster Sword set up with all the stuff I need where it has bio and binding. Or, like, where Iron Blade had the setup for the self-destruct chicanery. We're going to actually set up Twin Stinger and Nailbat to completely overwrite Mithril Saber, so I can very quickly get into the spells that I need for that segment. Specifically so that I have fire, and healing, as well as binding, and some other tweaks for some of the chapters. Chapter 12, 13, 14, we want to go pure fire, but 10, 11, and 12, we need fire and healing for Ghoul, fire for Abzu. Fire actually works for Eligor. We just need Cloud to do a little bit of chip damage. Aerith is the one doing most of the work in that fight anyway. And the Sewer's fire is very effective against a lot of the monsters, although Wind Magnify does 99% of the work in the Sewer. Aerith is the one doing the heavy lifting whenever she's in the party, to be perfectly honest. Cloud and Tifa are at best being paring down enemies so that we can get through the groups of enemies quickly. Aerith plus Magnify and Synergy is basically like
to see the hunt. You said you didn't. It'll be fun.
You got peanut butter in my chocolate, you got chocolate in my peanut butter type moment, I'd say.
No can do. So, Madam M said, so I say we march right up to him, explain the situation.
Okay.
Good evening. Welcome.
For a
We're
minute
here to
there,
see
I was like,
you
why am I
must be
talking to this guy? And then I
I've
remembered
been
I have to talk
What
to him.
stage? The one in the back, sir. Straight through those doors.
Let's go. So the dance can't be skipped, which means I get a nice 2-minute break here to go use the restroom, refill my water, whatever. Have fun. I'm out of here. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Come on, Cloud! Get into it!
There we go. And, oh boy, verified run. So, it's a nice little break, and we're not getting another one for like 2 more hours. The last break is in Shinra HQ in the little infogram halls. So luckily we have enough MP on Aerith to do what I want to do on the,
Hey, look
annoying...
at me! I could dance too! How much did you
On the,
drink tonight?
over
I can't help it. It was amazing.
the enemies between here and Chapter 10 that
Probably
guard
not.
Corneo's
Did you see their
room
look of surprise?
are quite obnoxious to get through. Fire plus some optimal sliding is going to get us there. Oh, nice, I did the thing.
Now that was a show.
That dialogue is completely useless, and I'm an idiot. It actually wastes time to get that dialogue. So yeah, Twin Stinger, or yes, Twin Stinger. I keep wanting to call it Force Stealer. It's not right. Twin Stinger will be our crew. Here, we're going to be using Twin Stinger to reset our Mithril Blade materia, and the way we're going to do that is put Twin Stinger on and select no, so that we don't overwrite the materia. Then we're going to pick Mithril Saber and select yes. So we'll overwrite all the magic materia with the magic materia we need, and or anything else that I need to swap out on there. So I could take MP up off, stagger, any of that stuff that doesn't actively get me towards the end goal with the boss fights, or that I don't activate. Which stagger, and I believe MP up goes off for HP up because we're going to be hard riding Aerith's damage, and we won't be worrying about MP absorb until later. Up until the end of these couple of chapters, Cloud's going to be at best firing off a couple of low-tier spells, fire, and him being at max MP is negotiable. Basically, as long as he still has MP to cast, that's all we're worried about. He really doesn't use enough ATB for that. Alright. So let's see if we can get through the part. Nice. Rest.
So what happens now?
I
So,
think they'll
yeah.
call for us.
We're gonna be taking Twin Stinger,
This
no,
room
and
gives
then we're
me
gonna
the
be
creeps.
putting that materia and overriding Mithril Saber. We don't have anything on Mithril Saber really need. We're gonna swap Aerith's Magnify and Synergy spells, so she has Magnify Wind for the sewers and Fire Synergy. And then we're going to be equipping a few shortcuts, magnifying the arrow spells. And a few others. So we want to Twin Stinger, no. Yes. Dagnabbit, it ate one of my inputs. This is stupid. It really is. Double somersaulting is a bad habit, but I just do it because I accidentally flip-flop between triangle and circle all the time. So if we save, go into the menu and save load as soon as they start talking, doors open immediately. It actually saves quite a bit of time. It seems like it wouldn't, but that dialogue takes forever. I think it's like nearly a paragraph of speech you have to go through. So right here, we're going to do something really goofy. As long as I slide correctly with Tifa here with parry, I should knock both of the troopers up and keep them comboed next to each other. They can step off to the left and screw things up, but mainly it's if I parry the wrong direction.
Right now.
I have to open up both these doors. I could do Fyra after, but I usually do it first just to make my life easier. Okay, that was kind of wrong. I shouldn't have been doing uppercut parrying. That was a really bad thing. It's really hard to control uppercut parries in tight quarters like that. Okay, so you could make this a donation incentive. I personally would not, picking who, because you need to watch the cutscene after, which my body is ready for Abzu, not for watching a cutscene. Into Cloud. Yes, that's actually optimal. We actually need to replace that so it doesn't jump off the board. Start a shower, Fyra, somersault, Fyra. Okay. Needed to make sure he went down, so it was worth the extra cast for sure. Aerith's MP really isn't that tight, to be perfectly honest. We have plenty of MP for the entirety of the sewer, and that's the only boss in here, so we really don't need to... The only thing we got to worry about now is accidentally picking Aerith instead of Tifa when I swap parties. Tifa is now on the right side, Aerith's on the left, so I need to remember that.
Let's find that first. Lead the way.
You could save load here to minimize that time, but so that right there is kind of the hardest thing I find. That Sajin can chase down anybody, but since you switch to Tifa, even if he's targeting Tifa, it takes him a while to start chasing her. So the spells usually catch him before he gets away. It's unfortunate, but some of these places would be nice to have Tifa's movement, but we just have to optimize what we get and snake with Cloud properly. So this is one of the first places where the reason we use Arrow Magnify becomes apparent. Because if we were using Fire, we would need line of sight. You see the spells just appear out of nowhere in that case. Could you... Dude, ladders are literally the worst in this game. Ugh. So yeah. That's part of the reason, because we can long range the spells without needing to establish line of sight. The AI still has issues where it likes to get close enough from within melee range. But I think Aerith has less of that issue because her melee range is much larger because of the magic bubbles. And I don't think it takes into account that her magic can't pass through matter. It's really weird because like her soul drain actually will clip through all the environmental objects and run into its target. Period.
That's a power generator. Right?
Soul drain is a really weird command that cannot.
It's an antique.
Get grabbed or does not interact with any of the environment. It'll just clip through everything. But her normal attacks will like run into walls and stuff if they were wood.
Hey,
Soul drain doesn't. I don't know quite why it works that way, but I'm not. Are you serious?
See you around.
Nice movement, thanks, game. The crabs are literally crabs. The game hates you, so it's trying to make sure you're having the most unfun experience possible. You can usually get right next to the switch and start pounding the crap out of the triangle, but crab said no. That's part of the RNG for some of these rooms. This hallway right here, normally you move extremely slow. Some people have bugged it out, so they get to keep full movement speed, but it's... As far as we know, there's no consistent way to do it. Definitely wouldn't flag it as a major glitch.
Wait a minute. I know this.
So this is where...
And we're second.
Might be harder than...
Let's just try to... We can do this.
So this next fight right here is really obnoxious, and it's going to be kind of one of those things that we were doing with Synergy earlier, where there's 4 enemies here, and I want to take out one of them. So we're going to do this. I wanted to wait on purpose to make sure that the arrow didn't target the rat I was going to kill with fire. But some of these fights, you have to do a lot of really stupid things, honestly, to kill efficiently. Some of it's almost, like, very obtuse and not common sense, to be perfectly honest. So, like, this room, you can just walk it out. This one, 100%, you basically don't even, you don't have to, you don't want to. You're just waiting for this ladder to become active.
Not bad.
There we go. As you can tell, Aerith's MP is slowly dwindling, but we are going to have more than enough to get through here. This next fight, there could be an argument made for using Somersault here. It would one-shot the Sajin, but it wouldn't be as quick. It wouldn't be as quick as casting spells with both Cloud and Aerith. But your MP really isn't that low. The real upside would be that you could get to the ladder with Cloud without getting slow put away, but I don't really see it as worth it, to be honest. I do this fight in a really silly way anyhow.
Let's end this quick.
So I fire with Aerith because it takes a while to lock on, and then let go of the shortcut so that I buffer my... Nice. So I buffer a slash at the enemy. I don't know why I was trying to slash a switch, but sure. I think it was... My brain was confusing what I was trying to explain, what I was doing. Surprise. Okay. So we got a really long hallway here that's actually, like, one of the worst parts of this entire area. We just get to slow walk down a whole corridor. The whole corridor of hallways. All day. Every day. At least we get to jog. A lot of these places, I'm pretty sure they're already loaded with the PS5. There are some things where we can, like, kind of clip out of bounds by loading and deloading, going over loading zones. That's part of why this is categorized as no major glitches. We can clip out of bounds in quite a few different spots, just by abusing loads and deloads. Unfortunately, it's a lot harder to move out of bounds, for the most part, in the PS5 version compared to the PS4. Because there is a status called Infinite Fleeing that exists in the PS4 version that doesn't exist in PS5 or PC. So it makes out of bounds movement extremely toxic.
This won't take long.
And very difficult. So we got one more fight here with 4 enemies, so we're gonna have to do something similar that we did earlier. Fire one with fire one with Cloud, and then get rid of the rest with air.
No more games. It's over.
Damn it, I did the thing again. I dashed past the door and got on the opposite side of it. I need to stop uppercut parrying there. It's really, like I said, it's one of the things you need to learn. Uppercut parrying is faster, but it's also very hard to control your movement in a enclosed area that's very tight with very tight camera angles.
Look,
it can very easily clap you and just slap you back down to the floor where you belong.
There must be some way we can.
I honestly don't know what my best exit time from the sewers is, but I know if I miss the frickin' pump like more than 6 times, we're out of here.
7th heavens. Hey, Cloud.
This ought to drain the water.
Okay. I want to say 2330 is decent.
No luck?
Must be busted.
A red light? We can use them. I remember. Aerith, you might...
Wait.
Trust me. We'll be back soon.
I honestly don't know how much time I was running the splits before, or running the recording before I started. I'd say in most instances it can be like south of 5 seconds, but I think with this one it was seconds of preamble. I really can't tell how good or bad my pace is. An extra 15 seconds. massive in some scenarios.
Here goes.
So this is the worst minigame ever. So the amount of red you gain from the first pump and the second and third is completely different. You get way less per, and it's even harder to hit the timing for the second and third one. Oh, I'm so screwed. I'm lucky.
That went well.
Ugh.
All good.
One, two, three, four. Holy shit. I didn't even... No! 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 Cancer. Dude, whoever decided there needed to be a giant button in the middle of this controller that just, when you touch it, it opens a stupid menu that seems to be menued. Menued, I say! Alright, so 3 for 3. Except for a half hour spent in the dumb. Hey, you finished the minigame. You don't know how to play it, though, do you? So we're going to want to switch to Aerith right off the bat here. That means that we'll set it up so that Fire Go will one-shot everything.
I can fight too, you know.
Then we're going to switch over one more time to Aerith, or Tifa. Except I didn't. Okay, go down the ladder. So we're going to ATB boost with Cloud right off the bat. ATB boost, switch to Aerith, Era, and then get the hell out of here. Cloud Fire, Fire. Okay, Cloud. I guess the arrow didn't hit him. That was kind of interesting. We're gonna fire up, somersault. See you guys later. Got the ladder, and we're out of here. Okay, 26, sure. I have no idea what we're dealing with right now, to be honest. I feel like the time should be low. I think what I should be looking at is like a 225.
This is the train graveyard, all right. A real
So the next big
treasure
menu
trove
is
of
before
scrap.
Eligor,
Sector 7
and by
should be
big,
just
I
past
mean
that
I
large
literally need to
maintenance
give
facility
Aerith
over
Ice
there.
Energy.
I vote we stay in the light so we can see where we're going. Dark.
Oh,
dark
really? You
everywhere.
timed it and that's faster? Okay. I'll try and remember that next time.
It's deserted. People don't come. And not just
What kind?
everyone sees those who lose.
Is that right?
I mean,
Then let's hurry.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I never really gave it that much thought. I only start thinking it after the first encounter.
You're good at this.
Told you so.
Okay. So there are a couple of crates over there I can grab to fill up my MP, which I will be doing, because we're going to be using fire on Ghoul, and that'll set it up so that I should have full MP on Ghoul. And with the uppercut parries, I have more than enough time to get there and get back while Aerith is firing off Arrow Magnify. Arrow Magnify, to be specific.
Why would there be kids out here this late?
Arrow Magnify is not strong enough to one-shot all of them, but Arrow is. So. You'd think fire or ice would be really good for these segments since you're dealing with a bunch of monsters that are either weak to fire or ice, but wind, honestly, with double magic up and Fury Ring is more than enough. Aerith, it bridges like near 500 magic attack stat, so her magic is kind of ridiculous. Quantifying her magic it borders on, like... There's really no way to quantify it. It's ridiculously high. That's really all you do. It's just, this shouldn't be this high, but it is.
Gotta make a stand.
2. So what you're trying to do there is avoid the fire, or avoid the rat activating Call to Arms again. That's why you do that really specific movement. It seems kind of arbitrary, but there's a lot of fights where you can do some setups to make sure the fight goes consistently. Tifa. You. Ladder, maybe? You. So grabbing that other set of crates wasn't important, but it's just something I do to make sure that my MP hits the right values when I need it to. We're gonna go for the Chapter 11 save load, but I'm most likely going to miss it. This one's a little bit rough, because you have to do it right after a combat. So trying to set up the visual cues and everything's pretty rough. And since you're so deep into a run, you're a little bit more tired, so it's harder to hit this. This one, theoretically, from my experience, has an easier visual cue and stuff to set up, but the problem is setting it up quickly is very tough. If you're not going for it, it's probably much quicker to do the fight a different way so that you can get Tifa and Cloud closer to the door to start the cutscene sooner, but as far as I could tell, it's the passing the cutscene line starts it, so I think it progresses at a set rate here. Not sure, though. So we're gonna just switch stances here. I could use a spell with Cloud, but it really doesn't matter. Are you... Dude, I hate this game sometimes.
No turning back.
Alright, let me just focus on this garbage. One here, one there. I think that should work. Not 100% certain there. Hey, that's 30 seconds saved. So normally Tifa has to go and push on the main hangar door forever. But if you save load at the right time, with enough momentum with Cloud, the game will improperly trigger the next cutscene, which is the door for the train opening. So it'll skip all that garbage and go straight to opening the train door, which is like a 30-second time save. Probably closer to like 25, considering all the setup and visual cues and stuff that I'm trying to do real quick before the fight. But you really can't thumb your nose at a nice fat chunk of time save like that. It can be a PB maker in some cases. You can bring a dead run back to life, make a good run even better. It's worth it. It's not easy. Not by any means, but it's worth it.
I found you.
Alright, so right here, the Fire gets cast instantaneously. Okay, I thought Ghost Bee survived. Because of the girls showing that they're afraid of the ghosts. With the tactical menu, we can do it, but if you use a shortcut, they won't do anything. For whatever reason, when you tactical menu, the game just overrides it with at least one command and instantaneously casts a Fire. And the fringe benefit of it is it gives you your MP back from the triggered Fire, because the game doesn't recognize you as properly having casted the spell. So it's like, wait, I shouldn't have taken that 21 MP. Here, you can have that back. So, I get to leave here with full MP on everyone, which gives me a nice 20% damage bonus on the next spell I cast, so it's gonna really buff out the damage in the duel fight and make this fight a lot more consistent. This fight's kinda stupid. Hopefully I don't lose the 30 seconds I just saved on duel, but you never know. Sometimes I gotta be very careful about curing with Cloud. I have a nasty habit of healing Cloud with his own Curaga that's meant for duel. And I gotta make sure to heal with Tifa here, not Cloud. Because her MP is not important. I hate it! Well, whatever. I just got done saying that. Whatever. Okay. Ra into Yurga on duel. Okay. I needed to poke here with Tifa to keep the stagger from happening. Unfortunate, but whatever. That would have been a bigger issue if I had Firaga instead of Cure here. Luckily, I decided to just give up and put Cure on. Unfortunately, I lost some time due to, like, Cloud holding still, casting Cure on himself, but whatever. Oh, you do get a little bit of bonus damage from the back attack here, but not too much. Fyra into Firaga. We could sometime... That would have been a Fyra. I should have cast Fyra instead. Whatever. Alright, so we're gonna Curaga with Aerith, or Tifa, because it's gonna take forever otherwise. What? Okay. Luckily, her MP is not important anymore. It used to be that we would use, breach with her, but it turns out manipulating her MP is a bigger pain in the ass than it's, or ATV is a bigger pain in the ass than it's worth. So it's better to just do it with Cloud. So stupid. I guess if my complaint is that I accidentally cured Cloud before the boss fight, but I didn't script the boss fight, that's like the most pathetic complaint you can possibly have in this scenario. That's like, well, okay. You lost like a second to two to curing yourself? Oops. The only thing that sucks is Cloud took damage in the boss fight anyway, so curing was actually useless. 100% useless. The whole point to curing everybody before that fight is to try and make sure that your Kuriga only hits the boss. So you don't have to think about retargeting, but as you can tell, Cloud really loves getting hit by the desk, which is super obnoxious, because I used to use self-destruct there, and getting hit by the desk was super good, because I'd be able to self-destruct and always get my limit. But now that I don't do that, the desk hits me every time, and it's like, come on. So we're gonna ATV. We're gonna ATV boost. Era. That should one-shot all of them. Okay, not. Okay, I need you to somersault. Double disorder. So the disorder isn't for the damage; it's to trigger ATV assist. So as you can tell, Aerith has ATV right now. Okay, not that one. This one. We're gonna want to. Punisher countering, Punisher stands guarding right there, so that if I get hit, I counter and push the Chris phase back. It also avoids the risk of anything weird happening, and the ladder takes a while to activate anyway, so there's no real like time loss to standing there, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but since it takes the ladder a while to activate, you may lose time to standing in Punisher stance, though. But that's hard to tell. So like I said, we got a minor tweak here for Eligor. We literally are just going to give Ice Elemental, or Ice over Fire Synergy to Aerith, and then Aerith is going to be turned off for the rest of the game until we get to Chapter 17. Everybody's HP's good, so we're going to give her Ice, because Ice Synergy is going to absolutely shred Eligor Phase 2 and 3, or 1 and 2. 1 and 3, good lord. I've got 3 numbers, and I'm choosing all the wrong combinations. So we're going to Berserk the Wind Drake here, the Cerulean Drake, which is the unique variant. He has a ton of HP, so that'll help us get through everything. The Berserk will increase his damage taken by 30%, so...
No turning back.
Arrow. And we're out. Arrow. Okay, up the ladder, please. Seriously, thank you, Aerith. I appreciate that. Okay. Wanted to heal up Aerith before we start that fight, because she does sometimes get hit by the Trident, and that would be the end of her with her HP cap. So we're going to come over here, and we're going to do... Uh-oh. Wrong menu. Oopsie. Wrong. At least reverting that isn't that big of an issue. Into Blizzara, I believe. Okay. I just want to double check and make sure. You have to be very careful with your shortcuts. If you miss shortcut, it's not as simple as just hit the right button forehead. A lot of these boss fights, you muscle memory your way through the fight to the point where you're not even thinking anymore. You're literally just hitting buttons. And if one of the buttons is wrong, you're done. So, okay, ward. And we're going to take this on purpose. Switch out Disorder into another Berserk. Switch stances to build some more ATV. ATV boost. ATV boost will resolve during this cutscene. And we're good to go. We want to save Tifa's limit because it does a lot more damage in Phase 3 than it does in Phase 1. He's actually weaker at that phase. Breach, Aeroga, Fire, switch over to Aerith. Okay, the Fire is just there to push that last little tick of damage. And Blizzara. There's going to be a slow segment a little bit. You're just going to have to wait. I'll let you know when I get there. Probably going to be like 5 minutes. Somersault, and Star Shower Bust Somersault, and Bing Bang Bong. He's dead as a doornail. Dead as the day he revived from the dead. There's a really short, a long walking segment there, if I'll let you know there. But I gotta go through a couple of fights in a pretty specific menu, so. Alright. So this fight right here is really weird. if you load this chapter, the Enigmatic Whisper will always fly away, but if you finish chapter 10 or 11 and then load the chapter from completing chapter 11, you'll always stay here. It's very awkward. We're gonna switch over to Aerith. Wrong character. Blizzara. Blizzara. Somersault.
Sorry, but I gotta.
Dude. Oh. Bugged up the damage. I want to heal up Cloud here. So we got to go into Nail Bat, Mithril Blade, LMG, EKG, and then we're going to do a lot of menuing that I actually don't know what I'm doing anymore, to be perfectly honest. Nail Bat, no. Yeah, yes. LMG, no. EKG, yes. And then we want to do Magnify, this, that, this, Synergy for that, Ice for Wind, I think? No, that's wrong. Yep. And then First Strike for that. Okay, give me a second here. Fire, Blizzara, and then Arrow? Yeah, Arrow. Blizzard? Yes. We're going to upgrade to Dolphin Flurry just for Reno and Rude, because they are a pain in the ass. And let's get the hell out of here. Yeah, I used to have to switch out Barrett's element to get him on the right thing, but now he has Wind in his off equipment, and he has Ice and Lightning, so he starts off reset up with everything I need. Almost there, I just gotta get through the fights and then I'll mute.
What's wrong with these people? This is Echo 1. What the? Possible contact. One target. Engage.
So we want to delay that fire as much as possible. We're using fire instead of anything else. It's not as good as a timing mechanism, but I don't want to be losing out on MP. We have Cloud on a Magnify plus MP Absorb regiment, so we're trying to maintain max MP as much as possible. Fire Magnify is really close to not having enough, but Fire Magnify will always kill most of these enemies and get you enough to maintain max. It's mainly this fight right here, because I need Fire Magnify. Here we go. Because you'll see I'm at 92, my max MP is 93, so I need to be a little bit careful. Alright. ATB boost. Fire up. And I'm trying to roll here. Oops, I kind of messed it up. But unfortunate. You can get fire to propagate to these two idiots as well, but because I messed up the movement and rolled into the wall, it didn't work out the exact way it was supposed to. It doesn't save a humongous amount of time once you're already in there, because you just can fire off a fire and get it done. But you'll have to give me a second. Aerith's movement, there's nothing too important here, just a lot of walking back and forth, so.
You guys can't stay here! Come on, come on!
Hey, let us through! How else are we supposed to get to Wall Market? Sir, we need to...
Sector 7, please! We need to get as far away from Sector 7 as possible, right now! Go to Sector 5 or 6! Anywhere but...
I've got to get to 7th Heaven.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Hello, FSKY.
That's it.
FSKY?
Oh god, look out!
Yep. Trying to get this run going. There's some other people that do use Japanese dialogue, but I prefer the English. I think the English dialogue for this game is very strong. I can do basically any setting, though, if it's for a marathon. Language selection is always a good big war. French very much love their Final Fantasy. And the Japanese isn't really that bad either, honestly, but I just think the English one is outstanding, surprisingly, because it's usually not very good. There's very few, like, imported products where the sub is not worse or inferior in some way. What you're looking for is a good bunch of boosts from the NPCs here. Oh, that's super unfortunate.
I'll be fine.
I was so close to having it.
We just have to work together! Get to Wall Market
well.
now! It's too dangerous here!
Moshi. Ah, I see.
Stop! That way's already...
Sorry, I'm
Please, I need to get
I think the
through.
run can speak for itself, though. I wish I was good enough to speak Nihonji, I believe? Nippon? No, Nippon's the country, idiot. Nihonganese. Nihonganese? Nihon. Fucking stupid. Stupid Gaijin. Dumbass doesn't know how to fucking speak a foreign language. It's actually fun. I think one of the first speedruns I actually saw for this game was in Japanese going into Genova. Genova, I believe, is called
right?
Beat. Genova Beat. And in English, she's called Dreamweaver.
Lots of flowers at your new house.
So ever since then, Beat has been stuck in the back of my head. Because I always get beat by Genova. Alright, let's not get killed here. So we gotta do some pretty tricky movement here with Tifa. Well, you don't have to. Oh god, that's the worst position she could have spawned in. Oh my god, I was getting murdered over there, too. Alright, you guys... I'm surprised that worked. So I need to get as far away from Cloud as possible there to make sure he spawned properly. If you're too close, you'll just switch camera back to him. Alright. This run's pretty decent. Looks like the end game might be able to drag me to victory. Yeah, that makes sense.
Move aside.
I think I remember you mentioning that before, but I didn't want to misquote you. Yeah, it's really interesting, like, the deeper meanings of some of the names in the game compared to, like, kind of the hammer on a nail head that they did with English translation. Like, some of it's very, like, nope, didn't get it. Alright. So we want to wait up there to make sure we're not just losing HP for no particular reason. Alright, buddy. Bye, buddy. Did Tifa just jump over the Helitrooper? Hold on, Tifa. What are you doing? No.
Keep him busy, will ya?
Go. Should have done that a lot sooner, but whatever. Alright, so this next fight's really stupid, but I like it.
Move aside.
Boost, fire, dolphin flurry. What am I doing? It's pretty dangerous. Okay, it's spread properly. Yeah, I'd say Pulse is a lot closer than, I think Dreamweaver is, like, an interesting name, but it's not the correct translation. Because, like, it does feel like you're in a dream, so I guess I could kind of see it, where they were going with it. That's what this game feels like, a fever dream, to be honest, to an OG Final Fantasy fan. Alright, so we're going to switch over to Iron Blade, because I don't like taking boss fights fairly. I like exploding on everything and cheating my way through every fight. So yeah, self-destruct, actually, it used to be pretty pervasive in my route, but now there's very few places where it's optimal. The problem is it locks Cloud down for a long period of time, so it needs to be done at the end or the beginning of a phase, or at the end of a phase, rather. Star Shower. Into self-destruct, Tifa uppercut, good, got the damage bonus. There we go. I know that was a little bit sticky, that seemed really over the top, but right now Barret has Synergy Lightning, and Reno has a greater resistance to it, so Synergy is going to do jack all for damage, and it's not going to really do a ton to Rude either. Ooh, Diablo 4, huh? Okay, I'll have to watch that back later.
Some rubbing off on you.
Alright, so we're going to overcharge here to get some damage in ATB, throw Eriga. Hopefully we get a crit here. We don't have any more luck ups on Barret. We couldn't afford to fit him in, so looks like we're gonna have to use overcharge. Into limit. Bing, bang, bonk. Okay, switch over to Barret. ATB boost Cloud. Overcharge. So you see that I needed 2 hits. That was 100% faster than using a regular shot. His regular combo will do 4, 5, 6, 7 until the final hit, and that'll hit about for 100. So the only way is a crit, so if the HP bar locks, that's the only way that you can use a regular combo instead of having to overcharge there. This phase right here is extremely stupid. Reno can start with Impy Triple Pulse, Flash Strike, or Flash Foot. We don't want to see Flash Foot. It's going to be a pain in the butt, but we can get around Flash Foot. Okay, we get the freebie. Sounds good to me.
What happens when you mess with the Turks? I'm through with you.
Okay, good. So hopefully, if I did that right, we will also get another little glitch here where the plates will pre-drop. It'll also drop our timer down to 15 seconds, but don't worry about it. This timer actually means nothing. The timer can't kill you. The game is just lying. I also got to remember one other thing here. Mithril Saber. I cannot tell you how disappointed in the run that I ruined by not equipping Mithril Saber again. It was literally the easiest menu that I made a mistake on, and I was very sad when that happened.
I think I hear him up ahead.
Here goes.
And push.
So our goal right now is to be getting into the underground laboratory around 3-ish hours. A pace faster than that is preferred, but not necessary to facilitate a 4:30 pace. As long as I don't throw away the end game and play like a complete clown, we should be fine. We are going to be running into some very harsh areas that leave little leeway for stupidity and give no quarter if you're playing like a dum-dum. I honestly, if I go to an event, I might just buy one of those rainbow wigs and get the little honky clown and just like, all right, I'm a clown, give me the wig, bye. I gotta put on the wig in the nose.
Is it true that Sector 7's pretty much destroyed?
So we're heading into the underground laboratory. Not much going on here, just a little bit of walking. Another good point for donation, reading. This game has like 3 or 4 downtimes where I could explain mechanics or just cross-chat between Couch and myself or reading donations. There's plenty of times in regular gameplay where I could use a donation incentive to focus. Anyway, there are a couple of places where I really get nervous about execution.
If we don't look for them, who will?
Right.
Hey, Cloud, gonna need your help with it too.
Right.
Sus anime gif. Anyway. Mithril Saber is basically set up for magic for me. Has a nice little combination of several different things. ATB stagger, HP up to keep Cloud from getting roasted. Normally I would have MP up, but turns out it's a hell of a lot easier to manage his MP by using magic plus magnify and magic plus MP absorb instead of grabbing crates. Because swinging with Cloud Sword to break a crate takes so much time and you only get 10% back per. You really have to over-tune your MP route. You're better off grabbing a crate if you screw up a fight rather than grabbing a crate because everything went correct. Is what I ended up realizing. I definitely did things in a very unga-bunga way before, and Strife, Doug, and several other runners have kind of bullied me into playing the game properly, because I definitely was very hard-headed about the way that I approached routing this game. I very much enjoyed the New Game Plus hard routing experience because it has so many opportunities to break away from the norm and experiment. Entering this game with everything, but have the developers purposefully, words are hard, purposefully limit your materia to try and limit your OP-ness, is very, wow, that definitely didn't sound right. Oops.
The main entrance to Sector
No
7 is
swear
buried
jar. That
underground.
wasn't a swear.
So how are we supposed to get back inside?
But the it keeps you from being too over what they want you to be at, over
I know another way to get there.
Honestly, the first playthrough on hard, they do a very good job balancing it because you're not going to have everything. You may be level 50, you might max out your materia, but you most likely won't have all of the materia, and you're definitely not going to have all the weapon points, which is where a majority of your stat bonuses come from. And some of the really broken abilities, like 20% mana cost, or MP cost reduction, and 20% damage bonus at max MP. Those two combos are what makes Cloud such a strong caster with Mithril Saber. If it wasn't for those, Cloud probably wouldn't be anywhere near as flexible as he is, because it allows you to use level 1 and level 2 spells with Magnify to just shred enemies at a ridiculous pace.
Over there.
And it also allows you to maintain your MP, so you really, as long as you're casting the right spells, you're going to be able to just chew through everything, you know. There are some cases where you can grab crates with air. Tifa's parries, because her movement is so quick that she can get across the battlefield before it would really lose you any time. This fight right here is one of the worst. I still don't really like how it goes. Yeah, it's really not a good idea to fight the way that I do it. Okay, I guess we're doing it that way. That thunder on Barret does speed things up a little bit since I don't have to wait for the fire. I used to use fire synergy here because Reno and Rude weren't immune to it. Wind has a nasty habit of flip-flopping bosses around in combat. Wind isn't super effective until we get to Valkyrie, and even then, Barret casting Wind on Valk synergy-wise is like negative damage. You really want to put synergy on Cloud at that point because his magic stat's just so much higher. The way that I look at Barret is he's an additive character, and his damage is more additive than it is the purpose at the end of the day. Okay. So we're going to be skipping through a couple of fights in a row here. If this goes super duper well, if this goes super well, we can just get straight into the next fight and not in combat, but I'm doubting. Yeah, I didn't think that was going to happen. This, HP boost, fire. Fire twice here. Not bad, not good. We don't need to worry about Cloud's HP. He's not going to be in the next half of the of this chapter, dungeon chapter, whatever, dungeon chapter, dungeon. I don't know. So we're gonna actually like use Tifa to knock these guys in the air. That's not Tifa. That's Tifa. Okay. Okay. HP boost. Fire up. Okay, you could just one-shot everybody. That's rare. That's very rare that happens. I usually can get all the way to the ladder, but I have to cast fire twice. I don't think that's ever actually happened for me. Alright, so from here on out, I can move extremely poorly and make myself look like I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, sounds good to me. Okay. We actually are going to swap out the character setups here, and then we need to just give synergy to you, and that's it. So basically, we threw both magic ups on Barret. We gave him Ice Magnify, because the lab is extremely difficult to handle without Magnify on somebody. And we also swapped out his Revival Binding something for First Strike. He's basically going to have to solo most of the lab here, so we need to make sure that he is the one that can deal the damage. Alright. So we're, if you're sensitive to light or flashing lights, now's a good time to get on a pair of sunglasses or skip the next segment. Or if you're watching this live, dip out and then come back. Once I'm on to the next chapter, basically once Cloud is leader again, is when you can pop back in. For whatever reason, the underground requires you to shoot rubble rather than break it, so you can't use either of Barret's melee weapons. It'd be very interesting trying to route the underground laboratory with his melee weapons. It could be a very big time saver, but unfortunately we can't do it because we have to shoot multiple chunks of rubble with the guns. So it's basically EKG or bust because it's his highest magic damage weapon. Barret's stats are meant for tanking, not for killing. So we have to do everything we can to get him at full gear. You would think Cotter Dumrung in the next segment would be the optimal choice, but the problem is Catastrophe takes 5 seconds to start up, and then another 10 seconds to resolve. And because Barret's the party leader, you're waiting for all of it.
Hello! Anybody out there? If you can hear me, say something!
So this is decent enough. Like, the bare minimum here would be 3 hours into this segment, but since we're here at around 2:58:30, I don't know, how much extra time I spent with the pre-forward or whatever, so we'll just say it's like a 2:59 or something, whatever. Or no, it's like a 258.30. We'll just assume that I started immediately. Pretty good splits. About 30 seconds slower than I'd like to be, but good enough. Still ahead of the previous submission video. Probably has better dialogue, to be perfectly honest, or better commentary, because I haven't done any commentary in quite a long while. I've been focusing on PBs so much. So there's another little trick here that we can actually do to save some time. The cat will run over to the hole, and then we have to get close enough to the cat to make the cat jump down to the hole before we can go in the hole ourselves. So what I gotta do here is I need to save load and get close enough to the hole so that when the cat will turn around and jump into the hole, and we gotta wait for the cat to start moving. Now we can just jump down into the hole. You may think, why are you wearing sunglasses? Like I said, we're gonna be shooting a bunch of rocks, and there's really intense bright flashing lights, so like I said, now's the time to dip. Or else forever be blinded or something like that. I get migraines, so this is pretty rough for me. Let's see here. Are we going to get steel skin for Wolverine or not? Steel skin it is. Steel skin will keep us from getting interrupted, so we can basically run down the hallway uninterrupted. Sometimes you get really good ones like that where you get hit once and you're like, okay, that's cute. So now here's the big RNG. These stupid bugs we need to group up. We also want to leave combat as soon as possible. But there's a bunch of invisible walls here, and I really thought we were going to hit these rocks there. The rocks have a pretty bad invisible wall right next to them. Alright, so we got 2 dogs here, and these things are probably the hardest fight in this entire chapter, outside of the boss themselves.
How long did it take them to build
itself,
all this
I don't know. So we're just gonna... Okay, I guess we're gonna do it this way. Okay, sure. I could have also Blizzarded, but that works too. Because I wasn't sure if the dog was going to become active, but Arrow would affect the dog in the same way and pull him towards Barrett regardless of whether he decided to start going aggro or not. So we're going to shoot that bug, and then Bloodhound, Blizzard. I think I'm going to get screwed over here. Unfortunate. My MP is going to be really tight here because of that. But, actually, no, it's going to be a lot looser, because I was able to Arrow Blizzard the first fight, so I shaved a couple of MP there. So I could afford that extra arrow, I don't have to worry about it. Wait, Persona 3? They're actually going to afford this? What? Nice! Alright, let's get out of here. Sometimes these guys walk right out of ice, that's just how it is. I'm not going to risk this ice actually killing him, I'm just going to go for the overcharge immediately so I don't lose time. Wait, Persona 4? Are they porting both of these? Nice! Took them long enough to get it off those dead consoles. Geez, you almost think Atlas would want free money. Sorry, I got the Xbox thing off to the side. So I think that's it for flashing lights and stuff. You could try and kill the enemies in this fight, but I haven't found a way to consistently kill them that's low on MP and gets them dead in one shot every single time. Blizzard Magnify is somewhat consistent if you target the bugs first, but unless you're willing to part with 11 or 10 MP for Blizzard Magnify, you're going to not consistently kill there. Okay, so we are going to do some movement here. There's only going to be one shooty segment after the boss, so the flashing stuff is over for the most part. Well, actually, no, there's one more. I lied. Okay, I didn't actually need to overcharge there, but I like to kill those bugs just in case, so that Cloud can, or Barrett can recover some MP. I moved too far to the right. I was trying to rejigger Tifa's movement so Barrett would spawn on the right, but far enough to the left that he would be able to shoot the van, but sometimes you get screwed over. Okay, so 62, 65 MP? We'll just go with the overcharge. I'm not going to risk it. I'd rather being able to be more aggressive in the boss fight. Okay. Flurry. Okay, we're just going to walk this out, since I wasn't able to use Blizzard Magnify. Also, nice dolphin. So HP here really isn't that big of an issue. Both Tifa and Barrett have Bloodsucker, so every kill will get them HP recovery. Tifa's HP not Tifa not having the HP up is a bit worrisome, but not that super big of a deal. I just need to be a little bit careful with the way that I do the fights, so that I don't end up getting her hit when I could otherwise avoid it. So we're gonna Unbridle, Blizzara. Blizzara.
I got
No! Strike! Okay, that's actually fine. Okay, I'm gonna have to uppercut a few times. I know how to deal with this. This is very obnoxious, but I can deal with it.
You could? Freeze!
Get over here.
Keep it up! Watch yourself. I got this. This is
Hit the
ridiculous.
thing again. Okay. No, I actually didn't.
It's on you.
Okay, we're good. Alright, that was a little bit of a screw-up. I started doing... I have had an issue in the past where I've been... I try and uppercut parry too much. This is the one place where you can't uppercut parry because you'll accidentally use Omni Strike. So I had to Unbridled Strength a second time, so I'm going to lose time 100% this boss fight. That is not how you do it. But I recovered it about as quickly as one possibly can without being... The thing is, you could just... I think you could just True Strike here. I don't know. Omni Strike does a little bit more damage, so it might not be enough.
You're up.
Zara, overcharge. Sometimes Blizzara hits hard enough, sometimes it doesn't. You gotta remember it's magnified, so it's basically 25% damage penalty. Very unfortunate, very sticky fight. Blizzara here, switch over, Catastrophe, Star Shower, into Dolphin Flurry, and this should be more than enough. Okay. I was trying to buffer the cutscene skip, but I forgot that it swaps characters too. Okay. Alright, so we just gotta revert everything. If I remember right. Yep. And then it's HP up instead of warding. So warding just makes it so that we can sleep. We can make sure we don't get slept in that boss fight by the failed experiments. The big one won't cast sleep, but all the small ones might. And the way that I do Barrett's inputs, Catastrophe will evade, cannot be stopped by sleep. He'll just be immune to it because of the way limits function now. So he'll get it off, period. Now I just need to do some menuing. Okay, thank you for nothing. Yep. Sweet, there we go. Now Tifa actually can take a hit or two. Oh, she's not in the party yet. Oops. So this is the date I was talking about. I believe this is like 2 minutes, so it really doesn't lose you a ton of time. But it does a good job characterizing Barrett. And like I said, I don't believe a lot of people have seen this cutscene, so it's worth showing off. Like, the big meme one, though, is definitely stairs versus elevator. I mean, maybe... I don't even know if OG offers stair versus elevator anymore now that they have elevator manipulation. Maybe they do, I don't know.
So, how are we supposed to get top
But I do know it's a big time swing for this one. It would definitely... any chance of a 430 would 100% become a 440.
Roads and public transit
5 at the worst, I think, would probably be a reasonable upscaling. I'd say like a 440, depending on how consistent I get with 435s. I think 435s is probably going to be my end, like, consistency. I might have a hard time pushing below that, but I think like 37, 35 is probably reasonable for where I will be whenever I get this into a marathon at this point. Right now my PB is a 37, but it's on the cusp of a 35. I probably would have a 35 by now if I'd stop resetting every stupid run that gets an hour in that's like lost 40 seconds instead of taking it to the end, because the middle is where I lose most of my time, and with the end, the things with the end is like, all I have to do is be consistent to not lose time there. Because I revised the end dungeon and learned a bunch of new menuing and stuff. So it lost time the last time I was doing a run, but after I timed it out and compared it to my splits, it's literally the same as my gold splits from the previous run. So basically, as long as there's no risk, no reward type thing, it's consistent now. Chapter 17 used to be a high roll thing until everybody kind of beat me about the head and was like, that's a bad idea, you shouldn't be doing that. Here's a better way of doing things. And then I learned slowly but surely after losing too many runs to Chapter 17 that high risk, low reward, when you could get the same exact consistency with no risk, low reward, you know, no high reward, but no risk either.
No one's home.
So we're heading into the sewers, where fun goes to die. So you may have noticed that I rubbed my face up against a bunch of ladders. I've got a game theory about that. That theory, the little Abzu Shoten here just greases up every ladder in a good dang game. But wait, a 310? Have I ever had a 310 sewer? Excuse me? Okay, whatever. I don't know if I've ever had like a sub 310 sewer, because my record timers tell me it's 309.35. I think my best has ever been a 310. I don't know. Okay, sure. I must have golded a couple of times in there. Either that or, you know, the save load in Chapter 5 was really more impactful than I thought. My PB doesn't have either the save loads of 5 or 11. So that's a free, like, 45 seconds, I say, that are on the table.
Won't take long.
Easy peasy. So the sewer's pretty straightforward as long as you're not, like, turning everything into a casino. Right now, the only thing that's a high risk for me is Abzu 2. I'm not quite sure what's up with that boss, but for some reason it's an unending nightmare for me. No matter the amount of practice I put into it, every time I do a run, he does something weird. I'll put more practice into it before a marathon attempt, obviously. I'm not sure what's causing it right now, though. Because I just need to get past this idiot. 15, 16, 17, 18. As long as Abzu doesn't go into a complete disaster piece, I'm good to go. Okay, and Cloud one-shot everything. Thank you. So, right there's 4 enemies. Fire can kill them all. But if you make sure to swap out to Barrett soon enough, you can retarget the Thunder and just nuke them all. A triple onto Bluegill. So the triple onto Bluegill is specifically... Are you serious? Stupid. I didn't realize there was one left with, like, literally 1 HP. Or else I would have True Strike the one that had more than 1 HP. Yeah, that fight's kind of a stinky poo-poo. You could try Fire Magnify, but the problem is it takes like a half second to cast it and then a half second to fire it off. And by that time, they very often separate. You could probably use, like, Disorder to hold them all in the same spot and then hit them with fire, but I don't really... I think, like, you need more options with casting. Having all 3 tiers magnified and then unmagnified fire is more beneficial than having Disorder over any one of those options. That's just me, though. You can menu Disorder relatively quick anyway. Same with Triple Slash, so... As long as you don't use it too often, it's not a problem. Tifa, can you heal me up?
You're on.
Gotta make sure Cloud's not wanting for HP, or else you can want for a new rod. Okay. So we're actually gonna switch to Barrett here first to take out one of the rats, and then Fire Magnify the remainder with Cloud.
Fast and went that way.
That's the wrong character. Okay. Fire go. Arrow. This is the only way to make this fight consistent. So that no matter how nice, thank you for curving around the corner, Tifa. I appreciate it so much. You can get way down this whole hallway with Tifa's parries, but the Saiyajins can be super inconsistent, and if you let them go free for any amount of time, you can very easily get frogged or jumped in one shot. It's very ridiculous.
Gonna take you all out.
Unfortunate. That shoat is a real pain in the butt to hold still, so there we go. Time loss everywhere. Whee! Like I said, the sewer sucks. Alright, now the rooms are going to be pretty consistent. Alright, let's hope this doesn't go any worse. Good lord, these rooms are just... Everybody's getting one shot. I'm losing time. Alright, what do we got here?
Give it all you got.
Oh, thank gosh. The last couple of runs, the scissor crab or whatever was stuck in the...
So, gonna make us work for it, are you? I'm not gonna hurt you, little fella. So just
Alright, we'll heal up after this fight. Don't worry about it. Okay. HP boost. Fire. Fire. Okay. That works too.
You're good at this.
Told you so.
Okay. Alright, we can heal everybody up here. So Tifa is going to be the one berserking Abzuzu here. If we get Bash and Smash, I want to start off with a Fire, and then it's going to be real mucky from there, but I need to build up as much ATB as possible so that I can boost.
Just like his owner.
It's going to be... I could probably just... I think I know how to fix it, but I don't want to. I'll have to do a little bit more routing. Hopefully I won't have to consider it. HP boost. Oh, what am I... You poopy! Okay. Alright, Barret, I'm glad I'm gonna need you to... It's actually really bad. It's really bad. I'm gonna have to grab the other crate, I think. 64... No, that's enough. I'll beat it. Oof, that's really rough. I accidentally cast Fire Gun twice, which was 100% wrong. I don't even know how I managed to do it twice.
Please.
I was trying to cast Dolphin Flurry. That was really... Wow. I can't believe I punted that. What you're supposed to do is Star Shower, Dolphin Flurry, and I got in the nasty habit of trying to ATB boost in between, and I should just do it on Cloud after, so that doesn't happen. I forgot to close the menu and then reopen it, so keep only. 92 MP. Whew. Thank God. There's 3 crates total, so I can get 2 in that room with the show, but I lost time having to get it. What I probably should have done was broke it open and then overcharged with Barret and uppercut with Tifa. Would have been the fastest way to resolve it, I think. So hopefully we don't get screwed on Abzu here, because we'll end up being in a really rough spot if we do.
Wait outside.
Think the kid's gonna be okay going it alone?
This fight should be consistent, I just haven't practiced it enough. Because I have some issues with damage values that throw me off, and I'm not sure what causes them just yet. Okay, this is acceptable. Oh. That's incorrect. Okay, we're gonna have to do it this way then. That's gonna make the final phase really goofy, but hopefully I can make this work. Yeah. I'm gonna have to build up bar in the final phase with Cloud, so I'm not really happy about this. Fire to break the horn. Fire-a-ga. Okay, Cloud's got a little bit of ATB there, so we're not too bad off. Shower, Dolphin Flurry. Bang. Fire up. That's incorrect. That should kill anyway, though. Yep. I was supposed to cast Magnify, but whatever. I got through the fight. Oops. Far away from the door. Alright, so... Wanna go up? Yep. 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 Okay, I remember. We want to do this, this, then we're actually gonna... Probably the worst way to do that, but whatever. And then it's... yeah, it's wind for this. Been a bit since I've gotten this far. Arrow. That's not correct, but whatever. Mag. Arrow-ga mag. Arrow-ra. The mag, I believe, and then it's somersault. Yes, somersault stay. There we go. Now into the next trooper. Trooper.
Ready to do that? Once we start, you know, sure you want to.
Very unfortunate. I think any time that I was ahead got lost in that chapter for sure. You be like that some days, though.
Gotta be careful. No telling what's gonna collapse.
I had to do a lot of character swapping. I wouldn't be surprised if I lost 30+ seconds in that shenanigans.
Bobby, where did Daddy
Camera
go?
changes come at a high cost.
Everything will be okay.
It's okay when you have it as a backup, but if you have to back up like 4 fights, you end up just dropping a huge amount of time.
Why did this have to happen?
Yeah, because this should be like 3018, not 301940. I'm completely boned. This this run's trash.
For you, maybe.
Just try to be careful.
God, talk about throwing it away in the end game. Probably worth just quitting, to be honest. Marathon, this is not that bad of a run, but in terms of like a PB attempt, this is absolute garbage.
Don't think you'll walk away.
Keep those gloves up.
Sure thing, Coach.
Let's do this. Not bad.
So that's where we have to climb?
But if it comes apart while we're up there.
We've made it through worse, you know.
Yeah, no kidding. It's a miracle we haven't been killed.
Do I need to get out of the
garage
garage by 30:35? Yeah, I'm screwed.
Wonder
for
if this
sure.
rope belongs to
There's no way I'm on pace.
Time for the grab. Try to aim for the...
Don't screw up, by the way. I think
Just
I see a
remember,
rope
we
hanging
can't
off the
come
top
back
there.
Okay. Oof. Do-do-do-do. Okay, good job, Tifa.
I said respond!
Not this guy again.
Come on, we need to get inside.
Why don't we use our grappling guns to get up there? Jump over all this shit.
Not much choice.
That is incorrect. Okay. Wrong. Oh god, this is awful.
They're over here!
Error. That's really bad too. Okay, this run's pretty much over. Tifa, just fucking kill him.
Target spotted!
Arrow. Hella Trooper.
Let's finish this.
All set.
Where the hell we're being settled?
Oh my god. I completely botched everything. Yeah, I think I am going to stop this run.
What do you think?
I am completely throwing the end game and it's not going to matter. Because I'm losing any time save here. All of it. Really bad, as far as I can tell. Mismenuing literally every spell.
Coming through.
Would kill for a shower.
Go. Thank you. No, dude. Stop being bad at the game. There we go. Oh my god, I'm not.
Just like that, okay?
I gotcha.
Damn it. If any of this crumbles, we're all going down.
Unbelievable amount of stupid little mistakes all over the place here. Alright, they cast its heal one spell when I need tier 2.
Just thinking about busting into Shinra HQ's got me fired up.
Save some for later.
No need, son. I've got more than enough to keep me going today.
Alright. So, a lot of these fights, wind is very beneficial because we have a lot of flying enemies here. Wind used to be very awful in the PS4 version. It wouldn't track, it would stay in place, and enemies would very often just fly or walk right out of it. It had a decent AoE, but keeping enemies in it was near impossible. They upgraded it in the PS5 version so that it sticks to its target. So as long as you hit the right button, you're good to go. So we want that Thunder from Barret right there. Push right. Synergy. Thunder is enough.
Let's move, move, move!
Not so fast.
Alright. So we got a little stupid minigame coming up here. 10 minutes to get through this and the run to Dunzo.
Why now?
We got it!
Try this off the side.
Keep it up, man.
Yeah.
I could downgrade to Arrow through the tactical menu, but I think it'd take the same amount of time, if not more, to go through the tactical. So I'm just gonna stick with Arrow Row there, and hopefully we don't eat every little ever. You kidding me? What happened? This is tired. What? Dude, he's literally not reloading. Give me out. I hate this fucking game. The guy that programmed the bullet minigame is literally a dipshit. Okay, fine, I'm done. Oh my fucking god. Literally incompetence in coding. Nice. Fucking comboed for like 30 seconds straight. Cool game.
Let's go.
I don't know if I want to hate you or not. Sorry, I needed the MP. I was gonna have to grab it like that anyway, might as well.
Keep it coming. I'm ready.
One step at a time.
Oh my god! We need to do this though. Damn it, Barret! No! What the hell? Dude, it's absolute cancer! I hate it! I hate everything! I want to quit! This game is being a bag of garbage! I hate everything! I hope Strife would just ban me and make my life easier. Oh, you fucking blonde goober! Ah.
Move your ass! Shit! Look out!
I got this.
Sword's coming.
Freeze!
Oh my god, why do you have...
You okay?
I honestly... I've never had it that low. I think I have to do this. Please, somebody end my suffering.
What the hell?
All set.
Why?
Give him your all.
I don't even know. I don't even know. Dude, it's literally eating my inputs now. I hate.
Huh. So they know what they're up against.
Somehow, I don't think it's all for us. Could be for Avalanche. Or maybe even Wutai.
Can't be.
I don't even know what to say at this point.
That only put the war on pause.
This could still be a good run, and I actually have no clue, because I'm getting really annoyed with this shit. And I really don't know what to do for commentary, because I'm just getting too annoyed about everything.
We don't need more attention than what we're gonna get.
Like, chapters 14 and 15 were actual garbage that I literally practiced, and then I proceeded to do none of the shit that I practiced. I hate it.
Stay sharp.
Okay, let's try this. Nope, stop it. Oh, I'm so lucky. What is going on here?
It's feeling like a problem.
The game is actually fucking cancer sometimes, I swear. Open the door, thank you. Oh my god, stop. Fucking nobody.
Now that is what I call teamwork.
I guess.
Go far enough.
Why was that fight so good? That fight had... That last fight literally was better than it had any right to ever be. Ever.
This building's incredible.
One of these days I'm gonna.
We need lightning, iron. Get me out of these menus, please. Triple? No, thunder up. Oh, God. Practiced it. Can't even remember. Blade burst. No. Oh my God. Send help. I can't even remember the menus anymore. Keep. Thunder. Oh
Tear
God.
it down and burn the rubble.
But not today.
Yeah.
I don't know about you.
Shit.
Let's just keep heading up.
So, how do we get upstairs?
Either the elevator or the emergency stairwell.
Isn't the lab we're looking for on one of the top floors? I vote we take the elevator. No kidding.
Okay, guys. Wish me luck.
You be careful.
Aren't I always?
Tifa!
Shit! Tifa!
Excuse me? I'm 2 minutes ahead of my PB in here.
I thought I was
Holy
dead
shit.
for sure.
My recording time says 3:33. I don't know what the hell's going on. Because all of that felt like actual train wreck garbage trash. I don't know how I'm 2 minutes ahead of my PB. Oh, wait, I remember. My freaking PB was, like, ridiculous chapter 17. That's right. So, if I screw up the lab, or I screw up 17, I'm boned. And bone. Alright, let's get over there. What? No! You son of a snitch. Tifa, there's literally arrows on the chunk of metal. Could you please, like, prioritize the arrows? The arrows. Arrows spell. Okay. Glad I had a stroke doing the fucking one of the more simple menus again. Ugh. Well, I mean, I did spend all, like, freaking Wednesday and Thursday, and, yeah, Wednesday and Thursday practicing 17. I guess have faith. I'm gonna hate everything, aren't I?
This isn't so bad.
I guess I should probably write out a
close
script
now.
of things I should
Just
talk
need to
about in
make it
each
over there.
chapter. And stick with that. There's so many system mechanics. If I actually script it out, I'll have a pretty good idea of what I want to talk about when. Wind is obviously going to come up in chapter 15. Right. But I think, like, fire, maybe magnify and MP absorb can talk about
Just
more
need to
once we
across
get
those
to
platforms.
12, because that's when it really becomes optimal, right? I guess you could do magnify MP absorb with Aerith, but I can't make that work with her equipment. It's just too much. The MP up I could cut, yeah, but I'd have to, like, cut stagger or something, I guess. I don't know. It'd be really rough to get that second and third materia, or first and second materia in there. I don't know. Alright, so we got to mash triangle a few times here. 2 per each. And then we're going to be able to skip the cutscene as soon as we fall through that ring at the top. So basically, as soon as we get past the neon lights, we can skip like that. You can do it a little bit sooner, but if you go for it too soon, you're going to end up just resuming. Alright, so you could take the stairs here. Actually, maybe that's the problem. I think the thing is she gets Skill Master as a through to the end, right? She doesn't really use it all that much. I guess I could cut Skill. Are you serious? I have never seen that freaking Elite Trooper not get killed by Star Shower. What the heck? What the heck?
Give me a break.
Sure, whatever.
Was never in doubt.
Maybe, yeah. I guess if I could leave Skillmaster on Barrett somehow. I could cut warding on Barrett, leave Skillmaster there.
You must be visitors. You will proceed by the exit their biome, and now be.
Why is this whole?
I don't know.
You think everything?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Skillmaster is redundant when you consider Synergy nowadays, right? If Aerith is doing anything other than casting the optimal spells, something stupid is happening.
Man, why we gotta get
The only time she'd be getting ATB is either from Tempest or Assist, I guess, right?
What did you expect?
Says the former company man.
I guess I could hard equip Skillmaster on Tifa and Barrett and not give it to Aerith at all. Is there even any situation where... I do activate Skillmaster in Genova. That's true. Okay, that's a wall. That's a switch. Apparently I'm 2 minutes ahead of my PB right now.
I think I
don't know how the hell I managed that, but whatever.
Man thinks very highly of himself.
Alright, PB break.
Hey everybody!
I'll see you guys on the flip side.
Tour. I hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Wasn't it fun to learn about Shinra and our esteemed president? And to get a peek at the president's mementos? That was super cool. next exhibit will teach you about the important work we do here by giving you a closer look at each of our divisions.
Yeah, so this is the last break. There will be another short one right after this.
All the exciting adventures we have
The
here.
set up into 2. There's a lot of walking segments where, if necessary, outside of a digital run, somebody else could go the right way for me while I go use the restroom if absolutely needed.
Learning about our divisions and the
It does come up
wonderful
sometimes,
ideas and
but
solutions that are produced to benefit
more
us
in
all.
the
Here at Shinra, we strive
minority
to
than the
ensure
majority.
the safety of all residents around the clock.
So what we're aiming for here is no more menu reading. The idea, anyway. Should have this memorized enough to get away with that. The Chapter 17 is probably the most heavily menued segment of the game by probably a factor of 2.
Now, moving along,
2 to
the
3
next
times
exhibit
more
will teach you
menus
all
than
about
anywhere
the
else
miracle of
by a
Mako
large
energy
margin.
and our reactors.
They're not all complex, but it definitely had, like, every chapter has, like, maybe 3 menus. But in the endgame segment, Chapter 17 has, like, a menu each time you swap parties. Trying to, like, minimize the amount of time loss on those by, like, minimizing the menus or not using them by splitting up, MP materias or magic ups or whatever. You're just going to end up putting yourself in a really rough spot. So that's one of the last save loads right there. You can skip the AI talking to us. Hit the button. Hit the button. Oh my god. Buttons are the boss here.
Congratulations. Your mission next. Please make your
Theoretically, I shouldn't lose any time here, because I did practice this area pretty heavily. By the way, if you guys are missing a weapon, right there, the Shinra Mayor's aide will offer to sell you intel for a certain amount of money, and that will be the EKG cannon that you get out of it.
I still can't believe the mayor is working with
Pretty good
Avalanche.
weapon. It's probably one of Barrett's best weapons. I think Steel Pincer is better for a couple of different reasons, but because he has to have ranged weapons on for so many different fights in certain areas, EKG ends up just being better in general, unfortunately, because of the way things work. Alright, so we're headed into Hojo's laboratory, or the experiment area,
But I bet people
rather.
are still here dealing with the
We won't be
aftermath of
getting
Sector
into the
7.
laboratory proper for a few more minutes. That will be Chapter 17, where the hell breaks loose, as it were.
Where are you, Mr. Collaborator?
I don't know if there's any way to, like, speed the movement up here, but I swear, I feel like I've tried a dozen times to try and speed it up.
If they say the best, then we have a winner.
The hell's that?
Combat sim. You can use it to train for battle in.
You work here?
The mayor.
Mayor's best!
Was told to.
That's right.
The best!
Say what?
Do you know?
So I will get a nice little,
beat the sim.
cool
Then
thing
the key
here.
card is all yours.
Since we don't have hard on the AI or the VR sim training here, it's either easy or normal, classic, normal, or easy, classic, I can just kind of make this fight real simple. So I'm just gonna roll over here, ATB boost, self-destruct, and we're done. SD has a pretty wide area, and it doesn't matter what we set it to, so we can just one-shot the cutters. It just simplifies an otherwise obnoxious fight that we don't need to really worry about. So you hit X here to go back, and circle to get out. Tifa is the winner today! If one of the characters can get stuck outside, it's actually optimal because it'll open the door for you. It actually takes that door quite a while to open, otherwise. So Tifa opening the door for us actually saved a few seconds. Pretty cool. Not something I know how to set up, though. As far as I know, there's no way to set it up. It's just, well, it happens. Oh, it doesn't. So. Next thing is going to be the specimen. The evil specimen. 5012, or is it just 512?
That's our first priority.
Anyway.
That's right. We only get one chance.
We're going to, as you may have guessed already, explode on.
Plan this just right.
Because anything else wouldn't be fun. This boss fight is best resolved by hammering out limits, to be perfectly honest.
Where he
So we
should.
can just run right here to trigger the cutscene immediately. We're just trying to optimize our lines here as much as possible. The next cutscene line is right in front of the bathroom door, so that's what we're aiming for. Those A to B point type things.
Huh? Tifa.
Maybe. Oh.
Nothing we can really do in the vents, just not screw up, basically.
Oh,
I mean,
thank God.
play good
No one's
forehead,
up there.
I guess.
Love to show them.
Come on. Let's just find that duck.
Got.
Okay. So we're under an hour left to go. Hopefully nothing goes wrong. It's me, though, so I'm probably going to screw up the Whispers fight or something since I practiced 17 to the point of annoyance this week. Hojo's Lab is the hardest final dungeon I've had to deal with. Getting consistency on these fights is very difficult, and maintaining optimal MP values is even more rough. Balancing between spamming spells recklessly and killing stuff is very tough. You need to maintain enough MP on Aerith so that she can get through Arsenal. Genova mainly has Reflect or Barrier. So for the most part, magic doesn't get to fire off quite as much with Genova as you might want. You could use some Synergy in there, but I don't have that routed in. I only have Elemental Ice on Aerith to boost her damage. All of her attacks are classed as magic, except for the rod itself. When it makes contact, will you just go right? So Elemental on her staff is pretty high damage output. And like I said, a lot of things are either neutral to ice or weak to it. So we definitely want to take advantage of that. Tifa does have ice, or I believe she's on ice elemental right now. It doesn't really add much. She really only needs elemental for Reno and Root back in chapter 12. A little bit in chapter 13 for failed experiment, but because she's on Metal Knuckles, her magic stat is actual poo-poo. So she doesn't really get a huge amount out of elemental at this point. Especially towards endgame, enemies start having such high physical and magical defense values that they just kind of don't care about elemental additive. At most, it might add additional pressure to each hit, but very often does not end up being the case. Alright, so we got Specimen here, a very rough fight. Specimen himself isn't the problem, it's the eyeballs. They love casting fire and ice, and if you're too aggressive or not aggressive enough, you're going to end up getting hit by wind or, not wind, but ice or fire spells during the course of the fight and get very much interrupted and clapped super duper hard. Okay. We want to sleep Specimen. Okay, we don't see any spells incoming. Want to do that on purpose, and kaboom. So I wanted to wait until after Noxious Expulsion was over, so that I could make him turn around and hit the tank immediately to avoid as much time loss as possible. So from here on out, Cloud's going to use Ascension, and we're going to let him die. Okay, switch over to Tifa here. I'm going to Star Shower. We could Star Shower immediately and then Uppercut after, but I find that the eyeballs very often interrupt Tifa's attacks. If you Star Shower after, then you'll get hit out of your other uppercuts. So what we're going to do right here is we're going to start off with a Star Shower for a 70% damage buff right into Somersault. And that's going to be enough to one-shot this clown. We're going to move back with Barret. What Barret's going to be doing here is tick damage, pretty much. Waiting. There we go. Just trying to time that out so that kills. Barret. Your Cloud. Into Mithril. Into Goddard. And let's go! Alright, so we're just going to arrow here. And then we want to arrow Shield Boy over here so he gets killed too. And the Synergy Thunder will finish him off. This one, not so much. Unfortunate. Now we're going to arrow these guys. Oh, nice amount of ATB, but... we're going to catastrophe just to speed things up. That should make catastrophe one shot, and we're out of here. If I had enough ATB, I could have double tripled, and that would have been enough to kill without catastrophe. They're far more weak to physical in that form than they are magic. But that's it. C'est la vie. Now we head into the laboratory of depression and anger. This is a very rough spot where one misinput can cost you several seconds. If you're lucky, it will only cost you several seconds and not several dozen seconds. The routing here is very tight. Misinputs are a disaster waiting to happen. We're pretty much back against the wall here, so we've got to be careful with everything we do. To make sure, do our best to make sure that every attack lands, and we don't get greedy with any of our attacks. If we throw out attacks greedily or hastily, we can very easily get clapped. And when I say clapped, I mean clapped. If we don't get wiped out, we're going to have to reset. And some of the reset points are very far away from fights, so I need to take everything very seriously here. I have routed the first 2/3 of it pretty heavily, and I did practice it. This is one of the areas where, like, you need to practice, because you can lose huge chunks of time. Earlier on, it's like 10, and then 10, 20 seconds maybe, 5, 10, 15. Then when you get into the mid-game, it's like 10 to 20 seconds, you can lose maybe 30. And here, each fight on its own can lose you upwards of 30 seconds. So, we want to do that. It's better to not do anything with Cloud in that scenario, because he needs to be in a neutral stance to end combat. So not doing anything with him and letting Tifa finish the fight off was the right way to go. I would have lost more time trying to attack with Cloud. We're also going to heal up Cloud as well. You need to be very respectful of the Underground Laboratory. Tifa's MP is important because we need Resist Magnify on Genova, but her MP is there to heal you, so you need to know when to use it. Cloud does not have Bloodsucker, while Tifa and Aerith do. So all we have is his HP, and that is it. So we need to respect that limit. He may have HP up, so he has a larger pool, but that is really, honestly, not enough.
Yes, I can use these.
There's never enough HP for the Underground Laboratory to HP gain through almost any of these fights. You've got to approach every fight like it's going to be your last here, to be perfectly honest. If you don't respect every enemy, you're going to end up losing huge chunks of time, if not your life or your run. So the mono drives here, one of the few fights we don't have to respect. We just get the heck out of here and run it out. What we're trying to do is get a flea so that we can get under this as soon as possible. We could do a couple of different things with these idiots, but we'll go with ///.
Need a hand? Thanks.
Triple. Okay, I don't know why it hit the other one, but whatever. Sure.
Okay.
You could arrow triple, which would kill as well, but I've been experimenting with triple. The problem is, like I said before, Mithril Saber hits like a wet paper towel, and that's like being generous. I'd say it hits more like a dry paper towel.
If you flip that...
So physical damage out of this is usually not enough to kill anything. Sometimes it's enough to push your thumb on the needle and make sure it dies 100% of the time. But for the most part, when I'm hitting stuff with a sword, it's not to kill it, it's more so to build ATB than anything else. Because the options with Mithril Saber are garbage that involve physical attacks. // is still pretty good, though. It's a good utility move. It's kind of a Swiss Army knife type of thing. Just like Disorder, too. If you use it at the right time, it can be super effective. Use it at the wrong time, you can regret everything you've done in your life up till now. Alright, so we're going to... Where the heck? That actually was efficient. Okay. fight, ATB boost, into Thundaga, wait for him to cast, overcharge. Okay. Good. Very unfortunate with the ATB management there, but there's... Sometimes Barret just outperforms. And that was a combination of Barret outperforming what I routed it in, and Red 13 overperforming as well with the Star Shower, or Stardust Ray, excuse me. So we're gonna heal up with Barret here. There's an issue sometimes where Barret can frickin' push Red around, so if I can leave that fight and have Barret heal someone, anyone, it'll move him. It'll keep him held in place for a bit so that he doesn't push Red around and lose me a ton of time. So I guess we'll heal up Cloud here. Really don't want to be ticking around. Like I said, you don't want to be running around with low HP. You can get 90% MP refill for Cloud and Barret, so there's no reason to not part with your MP very quickly. Aerith, on the other hand, you need to be a little bit shrewd about. But don't be greedy. That's probably my gravest sin in this area, is being greedy with Aerith's MP as if it's going to somehow kill a boss instantly if I carry enough of it to the boss fight. You only need a certain amount for every boss, and being greedy about that will very easily get you slapped down because you're going to waste a bunch of time on random enemy encounters
Cloud's doing okay?
instead of going for
really weird lately.
full tilt and knowing that you can recover the MP later.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Okay, so refocus lightning, yeah, binding, MP up. I think I remember the
I guess this has to be the third ward, right?
I just gotta remember the binding and cleansing, because if I don't, this runs over. There's a spot where I have 2 fire materia on Cloud, and I need to replace those with the binding and cleansing materia that I have in rotation. If I don't, they end up on the Wrecking Ball. I can still pull them out later, but it's a really... real disaster, because you get into Genova with the wrong equipment and you lose like a minute to having to reload the fight and do the menu. So it is a major, major no-no to do that.
Alright. We'll make our way to the central terminal. Sit tight until you hear from us.
Already.
The hell got the cataclysm. I don't give a
So a lot of this is just mashing through text and knowing where to go. And knowing how to take care of each fight. ATB boost, overcharge. Okay, this is definitely an Aeroga waiting to happen. Okay. Unfortunate. I probably could have thundered with Barret there, but if I had timed that slash right, I would have killed. Unfortunate. But it could have been a lot worse. I used to do Thundera Arrow Magnify here, but the problem is the damage can vary too much. Sometimes the drones won't be close enough. You get 90% MP recovery, so smoke them if you got them. It's annoying having to go into the menu, but it's not that big of a deal. Speaking of going into the menu, we're about to do the most influential menu in the entire game outside of Chapter 12. This one right here will make or break the run, like I was saying. If I screw this up, it's run over.
We will.
100%.
See you in a bit.
I could finish the run, but we need to go into Wrecking Ball. Oh, that's the worst way to do that. Goddard to Tifa. HP up for this. This needs to be Lightning, I believe. So that. And we want MP up for this. Time. Warding. Fire. That's enough. First Strike. Binding, Cleansing. Need to put you on EKG. Need to put you on Iron Blade. Swap this over to Lightning. Then we want to go into Thundera. We want Skill Drain, Thundera as well. Aeroga and Disorder. Okay, everything's set up. We should be good to go. As long as I don't make any major mistakes. This run is a go-go. Good? No. Oh, sorry. My brain is just freaking out because I feel like I actually have a decent run. So we're going to Aeroga with Aerith here. Just to get it cast immediately. Aerith's MP is at a premium here, but it's also worthless. Holding on to it will do us nothing. No good. So we need to be using it instead of losing it. She has Soul Drain, so I'll be able to siphon back MP. There's a couple of crates that are pretty easily grabbed with Tifa. I can get about a 40 or 50% recovery from crates. But as long as I do things right, I can get a whole bunch of MP off of the turrets at the end of this segment.
I don't want to
Awful. Okay, not too bad, actually.
Gotta go for it now. Gotta get wings.
Okay, that's weird.
Enjoy the ride. Let's go.
Nope. Alright, so we're gonna grab this crate because it's literally right in front of us. The only downside could be Aerith might refuse to kick first couple of times, which is what she was doing. Good thing I stopped. 59, not too bad. Good enough. We're gonna steal up some MP here. The Soul Drain. Okay, that worked out pretty decent. Got Tifa closer to the door. You can sometimes work Tifa to the door with Aerith's movement, but I prioritize the 6 MP over that. Aerith steals, what is it, 3% of her max MP with a Soul Drain, and since it's 200, that's 6.
Let's get across
15% if the enemy is staggered. So she will chew through her MP pretty quick, but in the right scenarios, you can refill her MP very quick as well. So I gotta make sure to be careful here. This room is very weird. I want to arrow gut one of the dogs, because Somersault won't always kill both of them. They can move in pretty erratic ways. But I've also had one of the dogs get stuck on this upper pipe, so... There we go. Or you can just get that instead. Sure. It hurts wasting that MP for Eriga, but it doesn't hurt as much as wasting a bunch of time trying to kill that stupid thing.
Is this really the exit?
So I'm gonna have to do a really jank turret fight here.
Man, I really do.
So we're gonna
You don't want to make me mad.
Thunder
You're gonna
Assault.
Sorry, but I gotta.
Drain, Soul Drain. Okay, up the ladder, please.
And we're safe.
No, it's not wasted, because I can get it back here, but it always feels like it's wasted MP. I've beat myself to the point where I get that Eriga each time, but it still feels weird. Okay. So we got good MP going, and now it's into round 2. We need to just swap out First Strikes and Magic Up.
We use the...
Okay.
You two stay there.
So we're gonna flip the switch first, and then steal First Strikes and Magic Ups. It's because there's a checkpoint right after this, so I want to make sure to take advantage of the checkpoint just in case I mess something up really weird. What am I doing? Do this magic. This should be Magic Up. Yep, First Strike. That's wrong. I don't even know what that materia is, and I don't care. I don't want to be juggling around the wrong materias. I think that's ice. I'm not sure, though. Doesn't matter, because it's back where it started. What's my MP at? 40? Wow.
It stinks. Lord Hojo's experiments.
So you could disorder here to do both of these. I find triple slash is a little bit more consistent.
Commencing test.
Go all out.
Because you can just easily do that. And triple slash hits a little bit harder, so they always die more consistently, in my opinion. Disorder is a bit quicker, but I have a lot harder of a time getting Barret in the right spot. The trick with these two fights is doing your best to position Barret in the center of the room so these dialogues go immediately.
No discernible changes after contact. Most fascinating.
The hardest room is coming up. It's gonna be right after this next one. 49, yep. It doesn't get any easier from here on out. This is where everything gets really hard. This fight's a little bit simpler, but still not free. This one's really rough, actually, because positioning Barret can be quite a pain in the ass.
Wasn't planning on it.
I hate to be this idiot. I'm very lucky, because I kept mashing for self-destruct like an idiot instead of ATB boosting. Oh, shite. I almost got punished really hard there.
No matter how many times I've seen it happen. Such is the case when you truly enjoy your work. Now, for the next step.
I know what the next room is, too. Into Mithril, and got her. Ah, I need to... I probably should do that during the slash. So that way Cloud can spin around. Let's go! Boost. Thunder up. You gonna... No?
Let's do this.
Okay. Sounds good to me. I think Cloud's short 1 MP, so I'll grab the crate. No, dingus. No, he wasn't short. I'm stupid and I don't know how to count. It's 94, not 95. Oops. Well, whatever. Too late. I probably should be smashing triangle after I get the thunder off to cancel out of operator stance, to be honest. This room is one of the rooms you just need to like get the hell out of the way. Alright, we want I. Push ATB boost right off the bat. That way I'll have some ATB. Everything's dead? Okay, everything's dead. Good.
Not bad.
Barrett caught up too soon. It's like catastrophe took forever. You need catastrophe to kill in like 3 ticks so you can get through that room a little bit quicker.
One step at a time.
Yeah, we need to do that.
I don't see any elevators.
First strike, and then
and
binding and skill master. All the shortcuts already changed, so it's just got her dumb around.
That's the door to the 4th wall.
I'm not gonna heal up Cloud here. Wait.
To the central terminal.
Why?
The door we used to get here is shut. So
Yeah,
what
I do
now?
have him go back into it, so I want to change back to iron or ice. Right. Okay.
Please.
I had to think about that for a second because I want to change him to Iron Blade and then put him back on ice, so I have it fixed for the last chapter. I don't have to think about it.
Call up Tifa. See if they can get
Double
to the central
Disorder
terminal.
works plus SD. Pretty funny, actually.
Hey, you okay down there?
Probably too soon. Unfortunate. If I had sandbagged a little bit harder, Blade Burst would have killed and I wouldn't have needed to attack again.
On it.
Alright, let's see if I'm going to get Summer bolted or not.
Tifa. Red fell to your level.
Okay.
Can you try to get to him?
Oh no! Come on!
Okay. And then we want binding for first. First, binding. Skill. Yep.
I don't want to hit me on you!
Okay. Thank you. That's probably the best situation you could possibly hope for right there.
Just go away! How shocking! There! Just a bit!
Okay. I was hoping I'd get some MP out of that, but whatever. Oh no, I do not like him this close to the tubes. It's gonna make this fight a pain in the ass. An arrow.
Let's get this over with.
Or not. Okay.
I got it.
Come on, stop it. I cast it just a little bit too soon. I thought arrow was gonna end the fight, but I guess not.
Off I go.
I have no idea how you have a 29 minutes chapter 17. I legitimately don't know. I spent 3 days practicing and I could not get a 29. The best I think I could get was like a 30, 31, something like that. Oh, good beef. I don't know how anybody finishes this shit in less than a half hour.
And it's not moving.
The professor still has plans for us, I presume.
For the
Alright,
record,
so the next
I don't
menu
like
is
this
right
one
after
bit.
this.
All that
We gotta
remains is
swap
the fourth
before the final fight.
Cloud and Barrett to see
Okay?
it through.
Probably put point blank on Barrett anyway.
Come on, really?
You asked for it.
Arrow. Four.
That's a win.
Okay. Time for
That's a
lightning.
good idea.
First strike
right?
for warding. I think I remember this menu.
Let's go give the others the news.
Yeah, I guess that could be a pretty good explanation that my Genova is actual dog water.
Yeah.
And I'm lucky that I can actually beat Genova.
Mojo did.
I need to learn this synergy route. I guess it saves a lot more time than I thought. Either that or I'm just sloppy as fuck with Genova.
Right.
And I should have
Now we
practiced her
head back to
first.
that door.
Let's see here. What? No. This for that. This, Skill Master for... No, shit. Wrong thing. Skill Master for wind. This, magnify lensing, and I believe that is it. Switch you back to Iron Blade. Let's get this back onto ice. And then we'll get you into fucking point blank because I can. This is... Stop it. Dive. Dolphin. Thundaga and Blizzara. What's her MP at 160? Okay, I have a Thundera in my back pocket. That's fine. Really? I don't know what it is about the tentacle phase. My brain just can't... I can't wrap my brain around it for some reason.
Guess so.
I guess my movement is just extremely awkward in there, and I can't, like... My brain can't parse
He
together.
has a hard time opening
That
up.
does sound about right. I forget.
That makes two of
I
us.
feel like I'm flailing every time I get into the tentacle phase. I guess if that's what you're saying, my biggest error is I need to, like, practice the hell out of that then. That's good. That's good, reinforcement, honestly. HP boost, doesn't matter. Just needed the HP to get through. There you go. Jump back. Fist. Pick the head there. Sit down. Thundera. Okay. 149 MP. I am more than happy with that. 150 is like my super mega upper limit. 137 I think is all I need, and that doesn't even account for soul drains anywhere. Alright, what do we got for HP? Everybody's good. Wait, 800? 8,893? How does she have so much MP over HP? Holy shit. Damn. Alright. Okay, we actually have the freaking right camera angle. What a shot. Alright, so the next thing I believe is just hard edge and menuing cloud, correct? Yeah. It's just this. No. Hard edge, no. Why am I doing it this way? Oh my god, somebody send help. My brain doesn't function. That is not the right thing. That's the right thing. Well, I can't figure it out right now. All I can do is try my hardest to not do the fucking tentacle phase in completely horrendously bad.
Who would?
We may find out.
So we're about to leave the lab at, let's see here, 4:12 is what my record timer is telling me right now. Not bad, actually.
So
4:12 XX.
The president's
Okay.
office.
I feel like this needs to be a 410 at some point, but whatever. What the fuck? Oh, I have a fucking charge cable on here and it freaked me out.
Wait.
I accidentally
Once
pulled
we
on
get
it.
in, we're ready.
We're ready.
The
No, we're
elevator
not.
now's the
I'm not
time
ready for
for any
anything right now.
I'm ready
The only thing I'm ready for is throwing away this. So Genova is extremely, extremely difficult. There's a lot of very tight input windows to make this work. Tentacle phase has a little bit of breathing room, but to do it properly, you really need to be paying attention. And the final phase, there's a little bit breathing room as well, as long as you're not being a complete idiot about it. So, I don't know.
Where the hell is that bastard hiding?
From this point on, my commentary is going to go down the drain.
I can hear something.
All I can do is execute at this point. Okay, everybody's HP is good. Tifa's got enough MP. Aerith's got enough MP. You know what I should have done? Is I should have checked for cleansing magnify. Well, it's too late now. You actually can't get in the menu at this point. You have to go back into the door, and that's going to lose a sharp ton of time. Should be fine. I hope.
Help me. Well.
Pull me up.
All right, buddy. ATB Ward into Cloud, into Berserk, into Haste, Braver, alright. Okay. You just... Counter stance. I hate having to use a True Strike there because it fucks with the skill master looping. Whatever. Dude, get me out of that corner. Okay. Okay, that's really funny. Resist. Okay, fine, whatever. Okay, I hate this order already. Oh god, I was so close to not screwing that up. Oh god, where are you, Aerith? Deeper. Ah, shit. Well, that's how it goes. It's fine, I already know how to do this without friggin' Golden Flurry anyway. Not a big fan of Aerith's HP, but I also don't care enough. Let's go! I guess even if he was on Cross Slash, it wouldn't have been enough. Or Shower. Shower, Blizzard up, Blizzard up, Blizzard up, Blizzard up. What the hell? Could you True Strike, though? Good lord. We need to put pincers on Barrett. Yes. Got on Barrett. Yes. We need HP up and assist. Okay. I gotta check my HP values, actually. That's too low. I can't take 2K. That really scares me. That's very unfortunate. Urgh, she took too much damage in the tentacle phase. What a bummer. 17. Great. Great. I wish he'd cast Bio sooner. At least the ticks would have done something. Alright, let's not mess this up. This can lose me just as much time as anything else can.
Everyone okay?
No. 1, 2, 3.
Let's do this.
Full combo. We'll stick with focus thrust here. Make sure I'm straight up. I think I can use Blizzard instead if I remember correctly, but not at all. I don't remember correctly enough to be like, yeah, that's 100%. I also am not sure how much damage I lose out on using Blizzard over Focus Thrust. I think Focus Thrust hits a little bit harder because I'm on hard edge. Actually, that might be important. Bonk. See you later, buddy. Alright. So, Rufus right here has a really weird quirk of his AI that's actually pretty cool to take advantage of if you know about it. You can either sweep him once, And in hard mode, you can triple slash here and then roll out of his counter.
Yeah, don't get
Like that. And bingo. Switch stances and wail away into a disorder. And there you go. Braver will instantly stagger him every time, so that's nice. So we're going to immediately start with a limit on drone A. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Okay, now we're going to double Tempest here. Looks like I didn't need to take the bitch bench. What a disappointment. Thundera. Okay, now we're going to come over here, Tempest this up. And Soul Drain for a Skill Master loop. And there you go. So we have Skill Master on tap now. Next move, trigger Skill Master, and we're going to be staggering this dingus in a second, so it don't matter. We're going to Blizzara right off the bat, charge a Tempest, so we can start building ATB while we're casting stuff. Blizzara again. Poke the front wheel. Okay, and then we're going to half charge a Tempest here, throw it. And overrun with Barret. So I canceled out Barret's finisher with a roll. That is one of the nice things about the way that this stuff works now. Okay, that is still safe. Fist. Thundera. Blizzara. Point blank. And we got it.
Sorry, but I gotta.
Overrun.
This one's for you.
Oops. I'm so used to using point blank there, I forget sometimes. All we gotta do is double Thundera here. Hopefully the damage won't be so pathetic that I need an extra Thunder from there, but it's fine. Okay, there you go. 420. Blaze it. 420.50, but still. Alright, so we're in chapter 18 now, and we are literally at the death's door. The Whisper's about 10 minutes. Sephiroth is 3 to 5. Should be closer to 2 if I don't completely botch it. Whispers can be upwards of 12, depending on how the fight goes. Alright, so we're gonna run a little bit here, because it takes a while for the menu to open up. We want Iron Blade here. We want... wrong. NMG, yes. Goddard to Tifa, yes. We want Magic Up and Magic Up. I believe it's... Okay. Wind? No. We want this to go to Steadfast. Lightning here. Lightning Fist. So we have Healing Magnify, Cleansing into Revival, Warding into Steadfast. I believe that is it. Okay. No, she's supposed to have Wind as well. So that. So he has Revival, Lightning, I'm just over-checking here. I probably am losing some time to this, but at this pace, I actually do have a PB on the table, so Curiga Magnify and Arise. That should be good. Downgrade you to Fire in the Hole, not super important. This should be Eriga, and this needs to be Blizzaga. Let's go. Alright, everything should be good to go. Yeah. 422. Oh, no. We gotta climb into the hole of disappointment.
Ready?
Yep. Ready as one human being can be for the worst endgame possible. So we gotta go... Oh god, no. Why did I ATB boost right here, though? That ATB was horrendous, but I should have held the boost for right here. You have plenty of time to ATB boost here and, you know, not have to stand there and do nothing. That ATB was so bad, I instinctively ATB boosted immediately. I was like, oh my god, get that out of here. There's no benefit to ATB boosting earlier. ATB boosts timer does recharge over time, but it doesn't recharge while you're running in that area that's not flagged as a combat zone. So your ATB boost is still
we can beat them.
Not recharging while you're doing that. So we're going to be using self-destruct here to pump out so much damage. Yeah, I I'm used to bad ATB. I just don't want to... In a run, I don't want to risk it, so I want to hold on to the ATB if I have it. If I gotta go to ATB, fine. If I don't, I can deal with it. So we're going to self-destruct here, overcharge, switch back to Cloud. And at this point now, we're wanting to build up Cloud's ATB as much as humanly possible. Okay, we want to focus on the yellow one. This ATB is pretty awful, but whatever. I'm not super happy with this HP, but I should be fine. If I see Firaga, I can... What am I doing? If I see Firaga, I can SD. If I have to take a flurry or whatever, I have enough ATB to discard it instead. It would be nice to put Steadfast Block on Cloud, but it just isn't viable, unfortunately. Putting HP up on him would screw up the self-destruct limit gaining. And not having HP absorb on self-destruct will leave you at 1 HP after that first explosion, so you're in a really rough spot. Okay. We want to be on you, and this. Arise, Cloud. Okay. Everything's dead, so I guess I can walk around freely. No way to build ATB. Okay. I guess I built all the ATBs, so we need to be careful with this. Ah, shit!
Damn it!
I fucked up my positioning really bad. I shouldn't have been so close to the car. What am I doing? Why am I running this? My brain is literally short-circuiting right now. Making it through those first two phases decently is, like, really rare. And getting an insta-kill in phase 2 is super-duper nice. I'll probably get screwed in phase 4, though, knowing how the game loves to troll me here. Alright, Dolphin Flurry Red Boy. I think Cloud took that. That's not good, actually. That's wrong as well. I'm gonna limit anyway, and then SD, so Cloud doesn't need to heal here. I could heal with Barret to refill Tifa's HP, but it's fine.
Eric!
So this next phase, we got to deal with yellow and blue, with Cloud and Barret. I'm gonna have to give Barret yellow for sure. Tifa will have enough between Bahamut and the other two to beat out Barret.
What the hell did I just
And Aerith should have enough from yellow. Because she gets twice as many points as Barret. I haven't healed with Barret nearly as much as I usually do. I don't think I've healed a single time yet, actually, except for Arise. Alright, so we're going to ascend here. Hopefully we get good placement. Yellow and blue don't screw me over. I've gotten like 4 really bad fights here in the last several runs I've gotten this far. We want yellow to not get nuked by the Ascension, preferably.
How do we stop these
But this game hates fun, so...
The big one is way over there. However, these guys are right here.
We're gonna ascend right off the bat. Switch to Barret. See what we got here. Oh, that's actually fantastic. God damn it. That's not fantastic, actually. That's horrendous. Boom. Rise Cloud.
Let's turn this around.
Oh, well, I guess he's gonna get yellow here. Oops. Burst. Playing fast and loose here. I didn't heal a bunch with Barret, so all I have is the 2 Arises. I think I'm gonna give Aerith Big Whisper to make sure. Because if Tifa gets all the yellow and blue plus Bahamut, that should be enough.
This can't be our future.
We'll see how this turns out.
The future is always a blank page.
This fight is very fluid, and you have to keep track of who's getting points from staggering stuff. I actually can't believe Tifa wasn't the one that staggered Red. That was really weird.
Split up. Take them down at the same time.
In that case, Ultra Big Boy is all mine.
You know, I'm just gonna stick to the game plan, unless I see something else weird happen here. Because Barrett didn't get the stagger on the other one, so I don't need to adjust. Because he didn't get blue stagger, he just got stagger on yellow. Gotcha. Counter?
Shit. Now you're in for it.
Really?
Right. All set. You're up. Get ready. I got it
Will you just... Good lord. That's literally almost awful.
I'm through with you.
Oh, thank God that corrected. Didn't correct as much as I wanted it to. Well, this is gonna be really obnoxious. No, don't do that.
Get ready.
I gotta play that super safe, because I would have hit yellow. And would have reset blue. Well, that's really unfortunate the way that rolled out. Alright, I think I know how I want to do this. Should work out.
Did we beat him? Think so.
This is Star Shower. Okay. That's really weird, but whatever. Let's see here. Blue is lightning and yellow is wind, so yellow is weak to lightning, yeah. I could have had Aerith cast in that phase, but, I don't know. I couldn't really, like, recall what I was supposed to be casting, and I didn't want to screw it up by casting the wrong thing.
We did it.
I needed to be very, very careful there. I'd rather lose a couple of seconds than lose dozens of seconds. Here we go. Okay. Steve. Alright, so into the final menu and the Breach of Death. 432, what a surprise. Sephiroth is a whole different beast, and if you miss inputs, it's over. So we're not missing any inputs. Into Hard Edge, no. We want HP up and Skill Master. Tifa, you can have ATB boost. We want to go into Braver. Disorder, Focus Thrust, Braver, and Elizara. Alright, let's go. 1, 2, 3, Disorder.
Bundle up.
This ATB is actually horrendous.
You're done. Brace yourself.
Switch stances and back over.
Calling ice.
Oh god, I fucked it up.
Beg for forgiveness.
Try this.
All right. Enjoy.
God damn it. Why 2 spells in a row? Dude! Pellic Fury already.
Here we go. Floppy. Bundle up. Going in.
Damage threshold's gonna get hit, period. Thank God I'm not on a fucking skill master tree, or else I'd be really fucked right now.
Need some help?
Don't know about need.
Alright, Tifa's on the right spot.
You know it.
Get ready.
All set.
Please? No! Oh! Oh, poorly timed.
Get ready. Try me. Let's do this.
Let's pour on the pain.
No holding back.
Don't give up.
Alright. I'm not about to die here. Not happening. Rip 435. Gonna be another 37, because I can't fucking do Sephiroth right, ever.
Aerith! Sorry I'm late.
2 minutes ahead, and I still can't fucking finish out the endgame. I feel bad, I am bad. Oh, you've gotta be kidding me with this. Wait, wrong character. Jessica. I wanna be on Cloud, damn it!
Let's do this!
Calling ice. Bundle up.
For you!
Try it. Any time now. Time to get down.
Infinity End, Thundaga.
There! Go on! One more shot! You're up!
Clown. Fuck out of my face. Yeah, I'm not even gonna beat my PB because I suck at this game. Wrong character.
Let's dance.
436.44. I'd have to look at the recording real quick. Why do I suck at this game so bad?
Welcome back.
Oh. It's like 2 minutes ahead and I lost it and Sephiroth didn't whisper.
We can do this. We can.
Can I stop choking for once? 60 seconds. I'm gonna go for another submission. I